Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to second day. The theme of this day is talking about the digital transformation in the educational sector. We have our first speaker for today, Mr. Unplugging, that will be presenting us about his company, and I'll leave the floor to him. He will introduce himself, and thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not going to talk about my company. Sorry, Nadim. This is a session. It's nice to be back here. This is home for me. Alma mater. I asked my teenage boys yesterday because they're taking Latin as a course. And I said, what's alma mater? And one is mother, and alma is the kind, the nourishing. I'm back here, I'm back home, I'm back among friends. I've been, imagine a professor who hasn't been on a podium or talking to a group of people for 3 years. Can you imagine the pitch? Anyone teaches? Yes. It's a major withdrawal. This is my first appearance, you guys, and you are the few, the couple dozen people who are here this morning and showed up early enough. I will take 15-20 minutes to share with you my experience leaving the professorship and becoming an entrepreneur. For whoever here is thinking about it, and I'm hoping that my reflections, my testimonial, might help. I'm hoping that my testimony might help transferring this experience from where you are today if you choose to move to something else. So I call it from 30,000 feet to see better. I was here, I taught, I conducted research, I coached, I invested in companies, I served the community. We worked on entrepreneurship before entrepreneurship was sexy. We did the very first big event, not the very first, one of the big events in Lebanon back in 2010, before this euphoria. I was on 30,000 feet. And then I asked myself, let me go down to sea level, meaning let me just breathe. Marwan asked me yesterday, you're not even giving a course? I said, no. I had to cut the invalid report. I learned here. I went to the States, came back here, taught 4 years, ran a center. I had to leave my alma mater. I had to leave my comfort zone. And the only way to leave my comfort zone is to hand out my ID and say I'm no more associated officially. Some people say, brave. So I'd like to spend a few minutes sharing with you. I reflected on 7 lessons. 7 lessons I learned from my experience a few years back to today. And no, this is not something I'm back all triumphant and succeeded in so many things, and now I'm whatever, probably the next famous person, 17 companies. No. I'm still in a tunnel, but towards the end of the tunnel. But you share your utmost, you share everything, you go naked, usually at home. I'm at home. And we all have the privilege of talking together, you can interrupt me anytime, about this one experience. 7 lessons learned. Age is a number. I remember when, a year and a half ago, the best way to start, how I started, was competed. I went into one of those accelerators, competed. I changed my wardrobe. I competed. Yesterday you were wearing your full attire. Sorry, Yusuf. I feel bad for you, you know, with the pain and everything. Yusuf is a very good friend and colleague. I changed attire, and from 150 ideas or companies, they picked 45. Through the UK Tech Hub, and one person was representing it at the panel, in the panel yesterday afternoon. I was cohort number 1. From 150 applications, they took 45. I looked at this application and I said, you know what, I need to go back and play the same game as everyone else is playing. So I competed. And one very interesting incident happened is when they gathered from 157 to 45. From those 45, they wanted to take them through a 3-month accelerator program and then pick 15 and give them something else. Out of those 45, I showed up in a session like this, and I had 3 of my former students. And they go, Dr. Fghali, are you giving us the session? I said, no, I'm sitting with you. Oh, but you're going to... I said, listen, it is a different skill set. Coaching, teaching, doing research, and even doing a little bit, even being an entrepreneur, it's a different skill set. And it was truly a different, it has awakened other muscles that we use. And it's a humbling experience. It's a frame of mind. When you choose to move from one role to another role. Out of this, I ended up being the oldest out of the cohort who went through the 45 companies, and then they picked 15, and we went to London and spent 6 months in London, all paid for the first time ever. I felt that I got something from all the taxes I've been paying in Lebanon. 6 months paid for, in kind, of course, and a little bit pocket money. Age is a number until your knees start falling, you know, and until you can't run as fast as the other ones. But seriously, it's a set of mind. It's a frame of mind. I thought I was an odd person. I mean, I cannot hide my age, right? Even though sometimes one gets compliments, meaning, I can't believe you're 53. Yes, because the white hair gives it away, right? Easily. In the mid-90s, we had around entrepreneurs who launched from age 55 to 60, let's say, 52, 53 to 60, that age bracket, were only 16%. And I'm talking US. Today, it's about 26%. So I thought I was a minority. Not really. Entrepreneurs who are 50 plus are a quarter of entrepreneurs out there. Their chances of succeeding is higher than others. Because of experience, because of the network they bring in. So it's not bad. It's very good. Age is a number. I thought that was a problem. I learned it's not a problem. It can be worked to one's advantage. Lesson number 1. Age is a number if you choose to pack and start a new company. Play the startup game. Lesson number 2. No matter how much you prepare, you think you prepared enough. Not true. You cannot prepare enough.
So here's the preparation. One preparation is mind, body, and soul, right? Mind. You do all the readings. Should I jump? Should I go and do my own thing? Should I leave my comfort zone? You do the reading. You do everything you think of. You plan. You come up with a great idea. You daydream. Body. You need to be tiptoe fit at all times. So you prepare. You go. You walk the Camino de Santiago. You do 200 or 300 kilometers. You reflect and you walk. You get fit because you're getting into another battle. And the soul, you meditate, you pray, you walk alone. You prepare all this. Money, you tuck away a little bit. Because when you're 20, you're responsible for yourself, right? Maximum, you go crash at mama and papa's house and you eat mama's good food or whatever. But when you have 3 people dependent on you, you reach out to your spouse and you go cover for me for a while. And that's also a humbling experience. You tuck away some and that gets depleted. You plan in 6 months, you'll start ramping up, and that's faulty. You will run out of funds, personal funds. So what you do, no matter what you do, preparation is never enough. Scary, yes. You pivot, and you pivot quickly. It seems easy. It took me a while to reposition. You know, in any product, you have to position a product, right? You also have to position your own personal brand. That's lesson number 3. So your old life always haunts you. Hi, Dr. Fghali. Okay, hi. I feel comfortable with Dr. Fghali because I'm used to it, 30 years, being called that. And then you have a startup and you have this, 20-year-old coming, hey, Antoon, how are you, man? And you go, okay, I have to get used to it, right? I didn't mind that as long as the respect is there. But some young people, they just have no clue. They think you're their buddies. And then it takes a while. You have to really restrain yourself and say, okay, Joe, whatever, Mustafa, okay, you're cool. Come in, let's start talking. It reminded me of when I left at the time AUB and went to Purdue. And here, professor, doctor, all the time, there's this hierarchy, right? And I went to this department that I was in, and my professor was called Jim. I couldn't call him Jim. Doctor, call me Jim. And it took me a while to call him Jim. But there was Professor Max Eddy. He was the age of my grandfather. There was no way on earth I'm going to call him Max. Professor Eddy. Professor Eddy was the name, and I stuck to it. So here's what happened. In my startup, I got the guys together, and I said, listen, I'm not comfortable. Let's find a good positioning so that I'm comfortable and you're comfortable. Because I have some people who knew me from my previous life, I call it. And there are people who know me new, and who's that dude? And when they talk to each other, this is simple, right? But it's not. It's important to feel comfortable with your own new skeleton. So they decided, you know what? Doc sounds nice. It's not too formal, but it's respectful. So now on Slack, we have people all over working. In Lebanon, London, in the States. I'm Doc, at Doc. So we figured it out, at Doc. What I'm trying to say is, should you choose to move from your environment to another environment, this is an issue. Some people, maybe it's not an issue for them, but it's an issue. It's not how you perceive yourself, it's how other people perceive you also. So you need to solve this. You could be the most comfortable person with yourself, but people on the other side, what should we call him? He's the boss. what should we call him? I said, listen, Doc is good. Add Doc. And now it seeps in. So you have a new consultant coming in. Hey, Mr. Tony, how are you? I say, okay, we're good, we're cool. And then after one meeting, they sense. And they go, Doc, it's a nice place to be in. So, positioning, it's 3. Lesson number 4. You never can unplug a teacher. Once a teacher, always a teacher. You will never be able to unplug a teacher. I'm not going to touch this. You know, during the French Revolution, when they caught a priest, a drunk, and an engineer, and they put them under the guillotine, so they asked the priest, you're the first one to be chopped. He said, they asked him, how do you want to be placed? Head up or head down? He goes, head up because it's closer to God and I can see God as you chop off my head. Sure enough, put him down, release it, it gets stuck. It's a miracle. They set him loose. The drunk follows, it's his turn. He goes, if it works with the priest, I'm going to do the same thing. Heads up. So put heads up. It also stops. It's again a miracle. They get the engineer. The engineer, what the hell? Yeah. Heads up. He goes, hold on. I can see the problem. Once a teacher, you cannot unplug the teacher. I catch myself negotiating with other side and putting myself in their shoes. You bozo, that's not how you negotiate. I sit with them to beat me. She does it. She does it. But it's not out of lack of intelligence or because it's because there's built-in empathy that we cannot unplug. So you learn it with time. I learned it with time. I learned to restrain myself and I go, okay, I'm negotiating with this guy now. I'm not telling him this. I'm going to continue to seal the deal. Because now I have 12 people working for me, waiting for their paycheck at the end. I have investors I have to report to. It's a responsibility. You can never unplug a teacher. So if you're a medical doctor and you move to something else, you can never unplug a medical doctor. You can never unplug a coach. It becomes part of your DNA. Unless you were never one. That's another story. Unless you were never one. Then it's very easy. Extremely easy. That was lesson number 4. Ask. Ask Halla. No. No, you can always, it's a battle. It's like Alcoholic Anonymous, Teachers Anonymous. You go to the business world, and once you start negotiating, you cannot unplug the teacher. You have to catch yourself, go back to the Zen sessions, and say, listen, what's my focus now? But you know what? It's good. Because the people who work with you, you always are coaching them. You don't have to read HR manuals. You really don't. Because it's built in. You create an environment where people drag other people and you work with them. So it has its pluses internally on the operations, and you learn. I learned. I surrounded myself with shrewd, very smart, better than me team. And I fight with them, but they go, no. And then you realize, you go, you know, you're right. I can't do it, you do it. It's okay. You can never unplug a teacher. Again, if you've always been one. Lesson number 5 out of my experience from moving from an academic to an entrepreneur was the support. You know, when I used to be on the side of giving my students a final year project or a capstone project before they graduate, you get them to sweat and then you see how the teams work together, how they collaborate, how they compete, and there's a fun, energetic mood associated with this whole activity. I'm on the other side now. There's amazing support. I learned that there's amazing support worldwide. If you have a good story. If you have a good story, it's an excellent support. They go, oh, former professor turned entrepreneur. Milad knows here, Dr. Sabali. Professor turned entrepreneur, want to do? People love to support a good story. And it works. The mood is excellent. And the support is from all sorts of angles. From your old friends, you tap into them, you reach out to them, and there's this moral equity that one has developed over a long period of time, being a quote-unquote older entrepreneur versus a younger one. You reach out to it, and it's positive, it's fun, it's nice. It's like you are in a perpetual capstone project environment. Even with your competitors. You sit with them, and you say, listen, I'm going to beat you there. You are going to beat me here. It's a fun mood. It's a joyful ride. Not all the time. You get a few jabs. We get a few jabs. And you learn to bypass it. You learn to not think about it. Lesson number 6. I'm going to go fast. Maybe now I'm going to poke. Education and educators. Uber, the biggest taxi company that does not own a car. Airbnb, the biggest hotel and whatever accommodation company that does not own a single property. We cannot revolutionize education the way we're doing it today. That's my observation. We are discussing today issues I was working on solving 30 years ago as a graduate student. Remember Brady, what he mentioned yesterday? He put one slide and he goes, what are the per industry, when do you think a major disruption will have? And he started with technology all the way up, and I looked at education. It's all the way down to the bottom. People in education do not expect any drastic change in the next 18 months. You can, and he talked about technology, people, and processes, right? Whoever was here yesterday morning. What, how long?
You have 10. You have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, plenty. I'm at 6. I'll wrap it up in 3. I'll wrap it, thank you. So the question is, education is, we are so slow to move, extremely slow to move. No matter how much technology they're going to throw at us, if we don't revolutionize and think it differently, we will inch in. It'll take another 30 years. Even though AI just picked up, and even though tablets and boards, and you name it. We're waiting for the Uber, the Airbnb, and whatever of education. We're waiting for the biggest school in the world that will have not a single campus. And maybe it's then where we can start moving and shaking the people who are sitting very comfortably on their chairs and not moving. As an entrepreneur, I've seen school administrators, teachers, university administrators, teachers, professors, friends, not friends. We're in a silo. Get mad, get even. Get mad, get even. My motto, that's my drive. I want to get even. I want to get even by creating things that are going to jab those people in some way, wake them up, because I know they're good. When mad, get even, and it's good to be mad. It's a good driver. We're so far behind, guys. It's not going to happen the way it is. From 2010 to today, there were around 10, 12 funds in the region. Now we're about 100 funds in the region. In Lebanon alone, a few $100 million, we're up to comfortably $600, $700, $800 million available. The problem, they're with maybe predominantly with one group of people. And if you want to penetrate, you have to be one of the club. We have gone a long way from the early ages of entrepreneurship in Lebanon to today, a long way. But we're at our adolescent period. It's going to take a few more years until we become comfortable with our new money available. We are acting for the most part as new money. We have a problem of deal flow, ideas coming in, and we have a problem of old-fashioned funding that we hope that will break. When I was part of the clique, I thought as a clique. When I am as a recipient now, I'm looking at them and I'm saying, man, you should change A, B, and C so that it becomes better. It's good, so that it becomes better. The whole approach becomes better. The ecosystem that they talk about is vibrant in Lebanon. It's very good in Lebanon, and people should take advantage of it. The entity that is providing that cushion, which is the BDL, Banque du Liban, comes with golden handcuffs. I chose not to take the golden handcuffs. It depends on the setup. But there's plenty of funds to be used if one works in Lebanon and for the Middle East. If you're thinking internationally, it's a different ballgame. I learned that on the entrepreneur's level, it's very good, and now there is much more people you can talk to. It's easy. I encourage everyone, if you have the itch, to start something now or join someone who has started. And I've learned that entrepreneurs are cool people to be around, very cool people to be around. It's very much like giving them projects, kids, but big kids, giving them projects and you see them all active and they're working and they're doing stuff. So to wrap it up, from 30,000 feet a few years back, now I'm in the trenches. I got mad. I'm getting even. Not there yet. I'm getting even. I'm home. This is where this is a testimonial. Entrepreneurs Anonymous of what happens on the ground. I learned age is a number. Age is a number. I learned that no matter how much you prepare, it's not enough. Watch out for surprises. I learned that I need to rebrand, reposition. Who am I vis-a-vis myself and how other people perceive me. I learned that I can never unplug the teacher. I learned that there's great support out there. And I'm enjoying every single minute of it. I learned that we're still living in a very old system and we need a revolution. We need the Uber of schools. We need the next school that does not own a single campus. And I learned that the environment worldwide is great as an entrepreneurial ecosystem, and I learned that in Lebanon it's wonderful. From 30,000 feet, I went all the way down to sea level. I'm enjoying the sun, the fun, I'm sweating, getting sunburned, and I hear the best time is at sunset with a pina colada. I'm not there yet. Hopefully we can talk very soon. I'm not there yet, but I'm enjoying the journey. Thank you very much.
I did not have the chance to present Tony. I knew Tony since my young age. He was older than me at school. I always remembered him as head boy, and Milad can testify. He was head boy all through the school, always setting the example of being the top in class and top in school, and he continues it. He's a born leader. No, take it off. I'll make it.
مش عم بشوفه. I can't see it.
Okay. I will invite now Miss Svenja Busson. She's on a startup, entrepreneur also like Tony in education. She's been touring the world. She toured all universities, all school institutions in all the continents, 15 countries, and now she's going to tell us about her technical solution or startup or entrepreneur. Let's give her a hand. Thank you, Svenja.
Hello, everyone. Hi, it's such a pleasure for me to be here today. Wow, I'm super high. I don't like to stand on such a high platform. I'm more for a very, a standy room where I can be on your height. I'm super glad to be here today to share with you some of the things I've saw around the globe. So my job is basically to travel the world, to meet the most innovative entrepreneurs, teachers, school leaders, policy people in education, and to see where we're going, what are the big trends in the future of education. So I've traveled to lots of different countries, and I'm now building a startup accelerator for startups that want to disrupt the education industry, because education is one of the industry that hasn't been disrupted yet because it's so hard to penetrate. So if there are some entrepreneurs in the room that want to start a startup in the education sphere, please come talk to me afterwards. So the EdTech tours, so education technology, or how to use technological tools to make our education and our teaching and learning better. So I started in 2016 with my first world tour, 10 countries in the whole world, so in all different continents. And then I did a second tour, the EdTech Europe tour in Europe, so 5 additional countries. And I've already wrote a report on the first one, so I'm going to tell you lots of different stories, but if you want the full report and all the different initiatives that I saw, please go on the website at techworldtour.com, and you can download the report for free. And I'm now writing a book on Europe and the most innovative and disruptive things I saw in European countries, and it's going to be out soon. And I'm also planning to continue my explorations, because I think it's so important to look beyond your borders and to look what your neighbors are doing, and to not stay focused on your country. So EdTech in Africa is huge, and in America too, and in Asia too, so I'm going to continue traveling. So 15 countries in total, 28 weeks of traveling. I met 120 startups, and And I visited 25 of the most innovative schools in the world. And I've met, of course, with teachers, students, non-for-profit, governments. So I'm really trying to look at different perspectives here, not only the student's perspective or the teacher's perspective on technology and education, but really on lots of different perspectives to understand, you know, the whole of it. So, yeah. So those are the countries I visited, and I wanted to ask you, in your opinion, there is one of those countries where I got to and I was really disappointed. Really, really disappointed. I had high expectations. I thought, you know, I chose the world's promising ecosystems for education and technology, and there was one which really disappointed me. Which one is it? The US? Why? No. Finland, why? No, France is bad, but it still has some great stuff happening there. India, no, amazing. India, for technology, there are lots of challenges in India, so no. Estonia, e-country, Estonia, lots of amazing things are happening. Yes, why South Korea? They're very, very, very traditional. It's like I came here and I thought, okay, Samsung, VR, it's like the global hub for technology. And I thought, okay, I'm going to see amazing things in schools. And I went into schools and I saw nothing happening, no innovation, because they're so scared of altering, you know, test scores. They're so much focused on test taking and standardized testing and, you know, being the best and going to the best university. It's so competitive, it's so traditional that they don't want innovation to come and maybe change things, change the system. So they're so scared of change that nothing comes in the classroom. It's very traditional. So I was very, in Japan, all East Asian countries are really about very, very, very traditional. So now some key takeaways from my explorations. So education technology being used just for the sake of technology, it looks good. It looks super sexy to have some iPads on you know, in classrooms and kids using them. Wow. No, it's not innovation, okay? And it's not innovation to have, you know, the same board except the color is changing, right? And this board is supposedly interactive and you can touch it and you can do things with it. Have you seen the classroom is organized exactly the same? Nothing has changed. And I hate people that tell me, okay, this is amazing, this is so great innovation. Look at my school, we have those everywhere. And I'm like, no, this is not innovative because it doesn't change the paradigm of the classroom. The teacher stands in front of a classroom full of students, passive, who just listen to a teacher that throws content at them. This is not the way we should learn in the 21st century. So technology can help us, you know, rethink the classroom, rethink its organization, and rethink the role of the teacher. So be careful of, you know, technology as being used but not innovatively. Technology being used as a support for active learning methods and active teaching methods. Yes, I believe in this. I believe in the 21st century, you cannot teach anymore with passive teaching methods. Your retention rate is very low when you're sitting in a lecture hall like this one, listening to someone talking to you the whole time. You're passive, so you're not going to retain the information. Same with reading, same with watching a video, and what changes is when you do stuff, when you are really active, learning by doing, learning with projects, learning by discussing with others and collaborating, and learning by teaching others. Peer learning is super, super, super important and very effective on your retention rate. So technology can help us, you know, with those three things on the bottom of the pyramid. And I can show you some examples now. Some best practices I've seen around the globe. So the first one that I like, which is not really a best practice, but it goes way beyond that, it's a Finnish example. So this agency was created by Finnish teachers who were really, frustrated at seeing, those innovations, so-called innovations, technological products, but products that didn't change anything in their classroom. So they created a standard. They created, a standard to say, okay, this product is helping for 21st century learning, is helping kids to think critically, to teach each other, to work collaboratively. And if you have the COCOA stamp, that means that your edtech product is really innovative and is really enhancing learning for the 21st century. So they really created some standards and a label to say, okay, we are labeling the most innovative products, And I think this was really strongly needed in the edtech sphere because we see so many things that don't change a thing. And they are now there, in Finland, and I hope they will go global soon to say, yes, this is innovative according to those criteria of 21st century learning and 21st century competencies. And this is not. This is just reproducing an old way of teaching or an old way of learning. So this is really, really needed in my opinion. So now I will start with some very, very innovative schools. So the first one is an example from the US. In the US, on the West Coast, you have different kinds of schools called the micro schools that are emerging. Micro schools, really small schools, often they are primary schools, and focusing on personalizing the learning path for each kid. So this is a school created by Sal Khan, the founder of Khan Academy. And he said, okay, I want a school for kids that use, what we do at Khan Academy, that use our software, but that use it in a very collaborative way, in a very project-based way. So in this school, there are no vacations. No vacations. The school is open the whole year, and parents can take their kids and go into vacations whenever they want. And they can come back, and the kids can come back, and each kid has its own computer and see, okay, where did I stand when I went to on holidays? Oh, okay, I was on chapter 2 here, and I had a group work with Maya, and you can, you can just continue what you've been doing. And the school is here to support you, to support your learning. Each kid has, its own desk and its own computer, and it works on it 2 to 3 hours a day. And the rest of the day, it's sports, music, arts. A lot of arts is done in the school. It's a lot of project learning with your peers, and it's a lot of fun for kids. But for 2-3 hours, they have to sit on the computer and have a personalized path that is made for them accordingly to their skills and to their previous, results. And each kid has a different path because each kid is different. And I think it's super important to use machine learning, to use, all those great technology that we now have to personalize each learner's path. And that's what they're doing in this school. So yeah. Second school that I really like, and this time it's not a private school like Khan Lab. Khan Lab is an experiment, it's expensive because it's not according to the US regulation for schools, so only very wealthy parents can afford this. And this is a school in New Zealand, in one of the most unprivileged areas of Auckland, the capital of New Zealand. And what they did in this school, because they have so many immigrant kids that are here, kids from Maori backgrounds, so they were the first people that came to New Zealand. So kids don't really speak much of English, and so it's very complex for them. So what they created is a whole methodology for them, a whole pedagogy, a new pedagogy that is supported by technological tools. As you see there, they work on iPads, they work on their computers, so they are surrounded by technology, but it's not about technology, it's about pedagogy. What goals do you have for your kids? What do you want to make them learn? Who do you want them to become? And then you think of integrating technology. So their pedagogy is one of the most innovative that I've seen. They say, okay, it's a primary school. Kids have to learn some basic skills, basic literacy, basic numeracy skills. They have to learn how to read, how to write. It's like the basics. But they have to do it creatively. It means that after each lesson, after each period, they don't have a test, a standardized test. They have to create something out of what they've learned. So I was there doing a history class on Nelson Mandela. And the kids, after, 5 lessons about him, had to do something. It could be, a drawing, a video, a song, anything that they wanted, but something creative about Nelson Mandela. So I followed a group that wanted to write a rap song about him. So they wrote the lyrics, and because they didn't have much, they didn't have so they didn't have enough things to write on him, they continued searching about him, they continued looking for new information, and they learned without noticing it. They continued to write their rap song, and then they wanted to make a clip with it, so they filmed themselves, and they made something really wonderful. And they were noted and assessed according to their work, to their creative work. So this is really important. And they were so engaged, of course, because they wanted to learn more, they wanted to write their song, they wanted to do their videos, and teachers, gave them room for that. The third thing is it's important to share what you learn. So each kid has a personal blog from 2nd grade on, where each kid has to share one of the learnings of the week. So each week, they have to write one blog post about what they learned. It could be what they learned at school, what they learned at home, what they learned about themselves, what they learned about the world. But they have to write a little blog post. And because, their blog posts get likes and comments from all around the globe sometimes, they feel even more engaged. They want to write more. They want to learn more, So I think make learning visible is super important at all ages, Make your learning visible. And that's what those kids are doing. Then I went to very, very innovative schools in Australia, Northern Beaches, Southern schools. This school exists, for a few centuries now. It's a very old school, a Catholic school. And the school leader said one day, 15 years ago, a very visionary school leader, I think to change school, you have to have a very visionary school leader, because then if you don't, it's going to be very complicated. So the management was visionary, but what this school leader said is, listen, I don't want you to impose something on new teachers. I want this transformation to come from you. I want to engage you, and I want you to change our school. So he created the SIL, which is like an innovation hub inside the school, where teachers can go and think about, the future of their school, design it by themselves, and think about, future pedagogies. So it took a long time, because teachers first would say, okay, we don't want to change. And then, two teachers went, they started thinking, and then it was word of mouth. Teachers came and they built this together with the vision of the school leader. They built a completely new school, but it was a teacher-led transformation. I think it's so important to really include, your people in the change. As you said yesterday, it's so important. So the school has no inner walls. It's a huge open space. Kids don't have frontal, they don't do classes, They work project-based, and if a 5-year-old has the same level in mathematics than a 10-year-old, then they will work together, The kids are not, classed by ages and ranked according to their, year of birth. It makes no sense. So what they do, they are really completely independently, and teachers are here, to coach them, mentor them, and show them the way, It's super important. But they are not here to throw content at them, because content is available online, is available on their devices. So kids bring their own devices at school and use them as a work tool. And I thought this was really interesting. And kids, they work like this. It's super cozy. They have no shoes on, and this was a group project, a physics group project, and yeah, they're completely, at ease. If they need anything, the teachers here can help. If they're stuck at something, at one exercise, the teacher can help, of course. But it's still, give kids, make them engage in their own learning and make them responsible for their own learning and trust them. And I think they understood that very clearly. Now I'm going to tell you some examples of third world countries. I mean, countries where really you don't have the same capacities like you have in Australia or New Zealand. And in South Africa, I went to the townships of Cape Town, really that were really impacted by apartheid. And in those schools, you have, I mean, kids that live in, you know, that live in really terrible conditions, and they come to school merely to eat for lunch because yeah, they don't have access to anything. They don't have water. They don't have, I mean, I'm not talking about technology. They don't have access to any kind of technology. You know, their parents don't have mobile phones. They never went to the internet. So in the 90s, the government of South Africa built like computer labs, you know, everywhere in each school, thinking that it's going to change something to just put computers in one room and then go back and do nothing. But if you don't train teachers to use those computers, if you don't put, you know, meaningful content on those computers, nothing will happen. So one startup from South Africa, Green Shoots, said, okay, we're going to put a mathematics software on those computers and see what happens. And we're going to train each teacher of those township schools to use our software and to use those computers. And what happened is it's a very basic mathematics software to teach and learn mathematics. And each week, the teachers bring her kids twice to the computer lab to do some mathematics exercise. And what they saw is that the mere fact of touching a keyboard, the mere fact of, you know, having a computer in front of them is like magical for them. And it's like, you know, a great honor to use them. And kids are so engaged, but just about, you know, the technology. And that's another aspect of it. If you don't have access to technology and suddenly you have a great software, mathematics is fun, and you do it on computers, it engages you. So the results in the school went to maybe 5% in mathematics scores. At the end of the year, they have, you know, standardized testing, to, I think, 45%, like in a year of doing Green Shoots. So it was huge, huge. And it was just because, you know, kids could go on the internet because it was wired to the internet. They could go on Google. It was a whole new world for them. They never touched a keyboard before. So, but if you put those computers in a lab in France, kids will laugh at you and say, "What is this? I mean, this computer is like super old. I mean, we want new MacBooks, you know, to work on." So this is to say that education technology is really a very local thing. It's very linked to the local culture, to local history. And you cannot copy-paste things. You cannot say, okay, this works great for fourth graders in South Africa. Let's try this, you know, for fourth graders in France. No, it's not like this. It's not going to work like this. You have to adapt. You have to adapt your strategies to each country and to their different mindsets and cultures and histories and economic development. The second example of developing countries is in India. In India, you have a huge, you know, problematic of, you know, massive access to education. You have teachers that don't come to school, so teachers are really rare in India, actually. And yeah, this is like a huge challenge. So you have lots of NGO startups that are trying to tackle this issue of access to education. And of course, with technology, you can do a lot because you don't need much. In India, you have 96% of people that have a basic mobile phone, like really basic, without internet, but you can still do stuff with it. So that's another thing. You have to adapt to the technology that is, you know, available on the ground. So what Vahan did, it's a startup in India. They created a service for adults to learn English because English will help you to grab the social ladder in India. English is really the thing that makes a difference. If you know how to speak English, you will have a better job, you will be paid better, etc. So this is like an adult learning platform where you can call a number that calls you directly back and you can chat with an English teacher and learn some basic conversational skills. And that made a huge difference. But they only had 40 teachers, they couldn't grow as fast. Both founders studied AI at Columbia University, and they said, okay, we are now building the Siri of English learning. You know Siri, you're on your iPad, you can, talk to an artificial intelligence and tell him or her, I don't know, what you want. And so they build it, they're now building it and testing it because they have so much data already of, conversations happening between real teachers and students that they know which questions are asked frequently, what are the kinds of interaction that they have, and the machine can learn from that and can learn and be better at being a teacher. So they're now starting it, and imagine they will be able to, to be used by millions, billions of people in India, and not just, a few hundreds. So we're not there yet. Artificial intelligence is not as advanced as we think. I mean, you can still converse with them, but sometimes, Siri just doesn't get what you want to say. But I have hope that, Vahan can build something really powerful for English learning in India. So that's the kind of thing that can happen with AI, and that's the kind of thing that is really meaningful in today's world. So I think in 5 years' time, they will be ready. Now back to Europe. I saw a very interesting project in the region of Catalonia in Spain, where kids are really, they're really the creators. That's also a very important thing when we talk about technology in education. We don't want kids to be passive in front of their iPads, looking at some videos and scrolling some content. You want them to be the producers of technology. You want them to create things with technology. And M Schools was created by a foundation, the Mobile World Foundation, and the Catalonian government together. So it was a public-private partnership. And what they do is they go to 7th graders in Catalonian schools. And the program is a 1-year program where 7th graders have to think of a problem in their community. They have to think of a problem they want to solve. Then they have to find, teammates to solve that problem with them. And for 1 year, they have to create an app, a mobile app, to solve that problem. And at the end, some of them, have a real startup concept. Of course, they are in 7th grade, so they will not launch their startup at the end. But they have a startup concept. They have, a marketing plan. They coded sometimes their app. Sometimes they use App Inventor from the MIT. So there are lots of different tools to build, apps. And I really like this program because, kids are really engaged and they're producers. They're creating an app that answers a problem that they have in their community. Maybe, their community can use this app afterwards. And kids love it. It lasts 1 year. And it has proven some really amazing results. So this is an example of how to make kids producers. One nice slide about higher education. I know I didn't speak a lot about higher education because, to be honest, really the most innovative things I saw were mostly at the middle school, high school level, and primary school level too, so K-12, kindergarten to 12th grade. But in higher education, I saw great things. I mean, I have other examples, but this example is really my favorite. Who knows about Minerva Schools here? Minerva Schools is an amazing undergraduate program that was born in the USA. And what it does is it's an undergraduate of 4 years in the US. And what you do is this school basically doesn't own any buildings. So the students travel the world for 4 years. They stay 6 months in each hub. So for now, they are in Seoul for 6 months, and they travel. They see the world, and in each hub they have, they have local activities. They discover local culture. They speak. They try to learn the language, and everything. The learning happens online. And they have one of the best online learning platform of the world. I mean, I've seen lots of them, but this platform is really amazing because you can say, okay, having a platform and learning your undergrad 100% online is maybe not a good idea. I mean, I don't really believe in the 100% online model. I strongly believe in a blended model. But this is a 100% online model where they have teachers from all over the world teaching them through this platform. And they have like chats where they are maximum 18 people, but it's super well organized. It's super easy to talk without it becoming a cacophony and the total chaos. And it's really well built, so they can work on projects together online. They can work collaboratively on Google Docs. The teacher can separate the classroom, the online classroom, in two and have two groups working. And it's a lot of exchange and debates all the time. So the teachers almost never gives a lecture. That's what I love about it. So yeah, I mean, Minerva Schools is really for me the most advanced example of higher education, and it's really much focused on 21st century skills, how to become better at collaborating, communicating, thinking critically is super important also for Minerva. And being creative. And I think that these students are completely prepared for the 21st century. They're learning skills that are essential for, inventing the jobs of tomorrow. And only 1.9% of the applicants come in. That's harder than to get into Harvard. So it's really, for me, a model that completely disrupts the market of higher education, because it really found like the sweet spot. I mean, it found that the model that can teach a student to be a global citizen of the 21st century. And so they have lots of applications every year, and it's growing every year. And they only take 1.9%. So it's quite hard to get in because it's so qualitative that, yeah. So that was it. Thank you so much for your interest and for listening to me. And if you have questions, please ask. I'm here to answer questions. So, yeah.
Thank you for the informative and interesting presentation. I have a question for the last school. What type of major do they offer? Because this side of travel doesn't hinder some of kind of specialities?
Mm-hmm. So they have social studies, engineering, business, and humanities. They have 4 majors that you can choose of. And you use the facilities in each city that you are. You can go to a partner university and use the facilities. For example, for engineering or for science, they use the facilities of the universities where they go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. Thank you again for the presentation. I was wondering if you've heard of Draper University, because from what I was told, they consider themselves somewhat revolutionary system, but they focus more on entrepreneurship kind of teachings.
Draper is in the US, right?
Yes.
I haven't looked into it very closely. But can you tell us a few words about what they do? Like,
basically, it's a 1 year or so program. I don't know too much about it myself. I know a friend of mine who went there, but they apparently approached things from a more collaborative perspective rather than mostly lectures. That's actually all I know about. But I wanted to see if you had any opinion on it. Or
good. No, I will look into it. Thanks for telling me about it. Yeah, just.
How long did you stay? How long did you stay in each location? How did you get to select them? And which benchmarks did you take while comparing? And how did you get it funded?
Yeah, very good question. So I stayed 3 weeks to a month in each country to really understand the culture, to really meet people that had nothing to do with education, but ask them, how was your school? And, so it was really important for us to stay longer in each country. At the beginning, we were 2, me and my co-founder, and then my second tour, I did it alone, and she took another path. And each time I fund my tours with, sponsors, private sponsors. So it's often, big companies, foundations, startups that have an interest, that want to know the trends and the things that are happening around the globe. And I write, reports for them, or I go and give a little talk, and yeah, that's what I do. Yeah. You want?
Well, thank you again for your presentation. My name is Pascal Hatem, and I'm in the knowledge management field. And I really appreciate what you talked about schools, but this also was another discussion I had at Dauphine University about university education, like Tony said this morning, and also about trainings in companies. Mm-hmm. Again, you have the trainer and the trainees, so the disruption should also occur there. And when I talk about it, people just turn their back and don't want to hear about it. Mm-hmm. So thank you. I hope this will get more global and more spread around also universities and companies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, your presentation style. I like it. I have a few things to actually say, but just want to get your experience on that. As Ms. Pascal just said that she's in knowledge management, I think as parents, we've always been in knowledge management field. And that's I've been thinking about this subject for a while now. When you're talking about disrupting education, right? Throughout your tour, what is your experience, or if someone can answer that? Education also includes parents. I'm a parent myself. I have a daughter who graduated from AUB. I have a son who's in Concordia. I have still a son who's 13 years old. So it hasn't been easy to deal with, because we're like moving fast now in technology. Every kid was educated slightly different. So when we're doing all of these innovations, I know Tony also from school. We were together. And a lot of my ex-schoolmates are going into this field now. I think we should also address the parents' point of view. Probably the educational system should also include parents. I also have a wife that maybe doesn't think the way I do if I want to go and put my son in Minerva, right? So there should be also some educational schemes that we can, tap into to educate us or our children of how to educate. I want to know what's your perspective on this. You must have spoken to parents, or I'm very interested in this subject. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very, very good question. So yeah, I think parents are not involved enough, but in the schools, very disruptive schools that I saw, parents were educated, how do you say? So parents got trainings about, 21st century skills, about what UNESCO reports were saying, and that the future jobs didn't exist, and that we needed to build, people that could think by themselves, think critically. So they had, some trainings. In each school I went, they prepared the parents, because often the parents are they don't want change. They want their kids to learn as they learned, because it's safer. They know how it was, so it's easier for them to handle it. So oftentimes I heard from school leaders that parents didn't want new things to happen, so they really had to train them and switch their mindset in a way. So that's a very good question, and I think often schools that want to change forget that the parents are the essential element in the equation, so, but some parents, don't want to hear. Some parents are not that open as you are, and don't want to hear that. They just don't believe that, change is coming and that schools should change, obviously. So sometimes it's really hard, yeah.
Sonia, yeah, outstanding presentation. Thank you very much. Very enlightening. What broke my heart was to see the disparity between India and South Africa and the rest of the world in terms of the access to tools and technology and the environments for learning. What do you think is going to take in order to get third world countries more engaged or more involved? I mean, I know it's a lot of infrastructure issues. I know it's a lot of, formal kinds of institutional things that have gone on for hundreds of years. But I think those third world countries are probably even more prone to be able to grab a hold of the tools and the technologies and new methodologies for learning. What do we need to do? And what are your ideas around what it's going to take to make this happen?
Very good question. So I think economic development is correlated to, education development, educational change, of course. But in Africa, the adoption to tools is much quicker than in our countries and our developed countries, because they don't go through everything we went. They go directly to the innovative solution, as you say. But I think they're doing very great at the moment. I mean, they just don't use the same tools. They use tools that are, to me, very powerful. Their basic mobile phones are really a powerful learning tools, and I've seen plenty of examples for that. But of course, I think that what misses is, the infrastructure. As you said, the internet connection isn't there. They don't have a steady 3G, 4G, and they just can't use all the tools that are built in the West because of the lack of infrastructure. But I think that we can learn a lot from their innovation, which is frugal. They're innovating with what they have. And I think we can learn a lot from that because they're using the tools that they have in their pocket, and they're being very innovative about that. So I met lots of entrepreneurs in South Africa that just build amazing products just with, a mobile phone. And I said, wow, I mean, you don't need to think, AI, VR, very exponential technologies when you can do with what you have. And that's great, that it serves its purposes. So, yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very nice. And if you ever want a travel partner, I'll give you my card. But I love the SEAL school in Australia. But what really attracted my attention is that they're still conforming to a uniform. And that bothered me a little bit, by the way. But my question is, all these schools you mentioned need to test their students. Maybe they don't go from one level to another, but you're back to the standardized testing, I would assume, right? Otherwise, you cannot convince any parents to send their students there. So do they do regular testing like classical schools?
Very good question. So for the uniform, it's like it's a law in Australia. Every school has to, adopt uniforms, and it's like, so they had to stick to that. Assessment. I think it's a very good question. So of course they are assessing their students every year at the end of the year, once to see, the general level of students, and of course they have to prepare them for A levels and to go to university. So they still have to follow a very strict curriculum, but they find very inventing ways of following that curriculum, in physics, math, English. They always find projects, they always find things that can make this very theoretical notions to something super, concrete, and that's what I love about it. So yes, they still have to assess in a traditional way, but they see that, the results are really average and above average sometimes. So it doesn't alter the results, and every kid gets to university. So in this Australian example, it's an elite school. So kids are here are really, they don't really have, problems. But what I found interesting about that example is really the notion of how to, transform a school and how to include the teachers in the transformation. But you saw in the New Zealand example, it's the opposite. It's kids that really are very unprivileged, and it still works. So I think it's not about privilege, but it's just about trusting the kids and the pedagogy. So yeah, but assessment is unfortunately is needed.
Sorry, just a small comment. Since you're doing a world tour and different regions tour, I'd encourage you to do a Middle East tour, because you might miss the Middle East countries when you talk about Asia and Africa alone. And second, it would be interesting to look at the cultural differences from one continent or country to another, and how it affects the innovation in education. Mm-hmm. And another area which is important, I don't know if you looked at, is the regulation and the differences in regulation from one country to another, and how this would suppress the innovation in education.
Very good. Yeah, exactly. So I would love to do a Middle East tour, really. And yes, I looked at the cultural aspect, of course, like Korea and in Asia in general. You know, you have a tendency to really stick to what was done 100 years ago, to not alter test results, because there's so much focus on that. So yeah, I strongly realized when I was traveling that culture is like the most important thing in education. That's why you cannot say, okay, they're amazing in Finland, they're doing so many great stuff, let's do that in France. No, it doesn't work. We have different cultures and different, but definitely I'll look into the Middle East. Yeah, thank you so much for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you, Svenja. Thank you so much. Yeah. Lots of questions, so I encourage you to grab her over the coffee breaks, the lunch, and talk. She's shared just like the tip of the iceberg of what she's been doing around the world. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us. And about engaging parents, we lived for 10 years in Canada, in Toronto, and we just moved to Berlin. And my kids are just getting into school, junior kindergarten. So we got them into a school, and they had us actually sign, you know the school, Alfred Nobel in Potsdam. So they had us sign a document that says, me and my wife commit to 20 hours of teaching per year. And we said, like, what should we teach? That you will teach something, even if it's a craft, if it's anything. And we love that. So basically, every single parent in the school, who has a kid in the school, will come, spend 20 hours over the year, like 2 terms, and they will teach something. I think that was really a nice way for us to engage. And I think, I'm not sure, I will see, she started school like this week. I think parents can also come and attend the other parents' sessions. So we can go and learn whatever, crafts or some math or accounting or whatever it is. We will see. So lots of interesting stories to learn from. So now we move to our next presenter, Mr. Marwan Tarazi, who is an old friend, not old in terms of he's old. Our friendship is old. Okay. And he's the director of the Center for Continuing Education at Birzeit University. And he's had been working for many, many years on education focusing on the Arab world, on the region, in Palestine, the Middle East, and the larger Arab region. He has a bachelor degree in engineering from McGill University in Montreal, and an MBA from Kellogg School of Business. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Tarazi.
Thank you, Anas. I'm really happy to have this talk just after the one we just had now, because it makes a great introduction to where I'm going and the program that I'm going to talk about. What I'm going to talk about today is something called the experiential learning objects. Okay, it's an educational model that we've been working on for several years now, and the idea of it is, how can we integrate good educational practices within the current educational system in the Arab world? Yalla. Okay. كنت ماشي الجهة الثانية. The Arab world is having, I mean, we're talking about education here, and the educational system in the Arab world is facing a very serious problem. We have a very serious problem with educational systems. And the cost of this problem is not a joke. I mean, 10, 15 years ago, I was at a conference, and I read somewhere the 1 million job challenge. Somebody was talking about by the year 2020, I think, the Arab world had to create 100 million new jobs or something like that, something ridiculous, the number. And from then, nothing happened. The situation just continued. Somebody just spoke about education now, and we said educational systems are too slow to adapt, and they're not moving enough, and they're not. And in the Arab world, things are falling apart. We have a serious problem. It's not, we're not talking about just, students not getting good grades in math. I mean, we see in some countries there's social breakdown. There's economy is very high unemployment. We have the political breakdown that is happening. We have the knowledge production in the Arab world. It's dismal. It's embarrassing. I mean, compared to the rest of the world. Somebody like the Arab world. So what we have here is we have a serious problem for the educational system, and staying the way we are is not an option. We cannot just continue saying, let's see, let's take it slowly, let's see what happens. It just doesn't work. We have to find a solution to existing educational system. We cannot just sit and hang out and wait for the situation. Now, what's interesting about the Arab world, or at least so many of the Arab countries, is that all children practically in so many Arab countries, I mean, let's not talk about the ones under crisis, but in so many of them, all children go to school. Every single one, almost everyone, from grade at least until grade 9, right? And then we have very well-established educational establishments. There is a Ministry of Education almost in every country, and the ministry works, and they have teachers, and they have exams, and they have systems, and they pay people. So we have a system going. There is a structure, yes? It exists. So all children go, and there's a structure. And on top of that, there's a consensus now. Everybody agrees that we have to improve the education, the quality of education. You go to all ministries, and everybody says our priority is to improve the quality of education here and to do this. So, look at this. So what we have, again, let me, think about it. You have students, you have the students with you, unlike so many African countries, for example, where, they don't have students. They can't get the students to school. We have teachers. Yes, we do have teachers. Again, unlike so many other countries that they don't have teachers, which we just spoke about, like in India, we have an issue. There's a ministry, they get paid. They may not get paid much, but they are in the system. And there is an interest. And we know the interest, the interest is there because you see them competing over things like who's going to get higher grades on TIMS. Everybody's, we're all competing at Tush, at the lower end. But this is where, but everybody is competing and they want to get higher grades. So the interest is there, okay? So when we talk about changing, so we get people, we get them in, they go in the system and they come out with poor results. So changing this thing, it's a matter of we need to be creative and innovative on how do we change the system. Okay, we need, so a lot of the parameters are there, so we need to do something out. Now, first of all, there's something we have to all agree upon, and it's known, is that the existing paradigm, what's happening in schools now, in the educational system, it's not going to work. Okay, let's not just go and say, the regular inputs, we have to do teacher training, and then we have to change the textbooks, and we have to change things here and there, improve these things, because those are the parameters to change the educational system. Not going to happen. Impossible. We don't have the resources, we don't have the funds, our educational establishments are not doing that. It's not just going to, it's not going to work. Okay, so let's acknowledge this fact. And what's scary is that you see everybody going for, there's something very common here in the Arab world. It's called lessons unlearned. They try something and doesn't work, and they try it again, and then so they get computers and they distribute computers to kids, and hey, second, it didn't change. So now they get iPads because there are iPads. Then they get tablets. It's not working. If something doesn't work, or they do 20 hours of teacher training and they say, we're going to have a fantastic, it doesn't work. 20 hours are not going to change the teachers. So, so, and once I was having a discussion with somebody in development, and she told me, I said, what you're doing is not working. It failed before. She says, no, you have to give it time. I said, what do you mean give it time? She says, change in education takes 10 years. And I told her, what happens after 10 years if you realize that change hasn't happened? You're going to, and in little Palestine, we have, every year, we have 100,000 Palestine, it's this big, 100,000 new people getting out of the educational system. Most of them are unemployable today. Think of what's going to happen to them in 10 years when things change. So it's really, I mean, it's not, we're not talking about something trivial here. It's a serious issue. Now, let's go start, I want to start talking about what we did. Where did we come from? I mean, I work at a university, and I work in development, And our mission as a university is to improve. We need to change people. We need to see something change on the ground, right? And if we sit and look and they say the educational system is hopeless, it's depressing. You got to pack up and leave, or at least leave the university. But we saw opportunities. We went out and we said, okay, like I said, there are national strategies. The Ministry of Education, everybody says they want to change the educational system. They actually want to. They don't know how to. They talk about, you have the ministries, like if you look at for the past 10, 15 years, the strategies, they say we want active learning, we want project-based learning in the classrooms, we want integrated, they have, all the buzzwords, and they love ICT in education. Oh, something so dear to the heart, It's the problem of how do we use it, minor detail, So, and then, so when you look at this sounds interesting. And then we as a university, and actually the university went out not only to us as a university, to all people working in education, all organizations working in education, they forged partnerships. They said, we want to work with you to try to improve the educational system, which is positive. I mean, these things are positive. There are opportunities if well capitalized on. So then what happened? We said, okay, so if this is the fact, this is what's happening, let's see how we can capitalize on that. So what we did, we went to the ministry and we looked at the textbooks. And the textbooks in the ministry, they have what we also realized, and the ministry agrees, which is very important, is that the textbook is not the curriculum. I mean, for everybody in education, most probably here, it's obvious to you. But in the culture, in so many people's culture, people says, درست المنهاج, خلصت المنهاج. I finished the curriculum, means I went through the textbook. That means a teacher, خلص المنهاج, a teacher managed to recite the textbook, and the students managed to learn, to memorize what's in the textbook. And a good student is the one that memorizes the textbook and repeats the content, right? So this is traditionally what the curriculum is, المنهاج. But in reality, the ministry says, no, we realize that the curriculum the textbook is a resource in the curriculum, and you're not required to memorize the textbook. The teacher has a chance, and they want the chance to be creative and innovative and do something differently. And they talk about project-based learning. 2 years ago, they came up with a directive that all teachers must do project-based learning in the classroom. Easy to say, right? So they want it. I mean, at least, So based on that, so what we did, so they said, okay, we went to the ministry and said, okay, we're going to achieve the same objectives you have in the textbook, but we're going to do it a little bit differently. We got a textbook. For example, this is a science textbook. And what we did, we went to a lesson. This is a lesson from the textbook. And then somewhere here, at the beginning of each lesson, they have objectives. We took those objectives, we reviewed the objectives, we upgraded them, refined them, upgraded them, some of them. And then what we did is, we did that for the entire textbook, and sometimes we did it for certain chapters or certain units. Then we did something like this. We developed a matrix. And this matrix has the objectives that I just showed you. And those objectives could be for one lesson, for several lessons. And then we identified the knowledge areas that are required for these objectives. Now gets the fun part. The fun part, or the difficult part, or the important part, what's different, is we looked at skills. What you need to do, and everybody talks about, and everybody knows, what is needed here is skills. We need to integrate with our educational system skills. And skills are not necessarily technical skills. We're talking about diversity. We're not talking about creativity. We're talking about problem solving. And, a lot of people, when you talk about these skills in the Arab world, you have somebody who's doing a course on problem solving or a course on creative thinking. It doesn't work this way. You have to integrate it. As somebody is learning and they're doing something, you integrate it into the educational system. So we drew this matrix. And then after this matrix, we went out and we designed what we call the experiential learning objects. What do these learning objects consist? First, they consist of resources, activities, and a strategy linking them all together. Resources, plenty of resources out there. There's so many resources. It's a fantastic time to be doing what we're doing. Or it's a fantastic time to be working in education because you have access to so much information, so much knowledge, so many resources are out there. You know, so you can take a resource could be a textbook, it could be a TED Talk, it could be a Khan Academy talking about explaining a concept. And remember here, there's an important note that you know, it's not too clear to many people. In the educational system, when everybody says typical, traditional, somebody says, you know, he knows how to explain things well. بوصل المعلومة بفهم. Okay, explaining things well, this is not where learning is happening. You know, it's good that somebody can explain something, but learning happens when, which we just spoke about, is when you do something with it. How do you apply the knowledge that you acquired, or how do you apply it in a context that's interesting to you? Ideally, it would be something that you're passionate about. You say, I love this thing, that you're going to really learn it. Or about a context that's relevant to you, if you use it something day to day that you can relate to. So basically, a learning object consists of something, you know, it's a journey. This is how we design it. It could be resource, activity, resource, whatever. So, or it could be activities, resources, whatever it is, but they're all tied through a specific design. Now, let me give you a brief example just to tell you quickly what I'm talking about. I'm going to give an example of an electricity bill. I like this model. People like it, this example. And it's basically, you know, the classroom, in the traditional textbook, somebody goes and says, you know, power P equals V times I. And they go in there, and then they have those lines, something looks like a battery, and this dotted thing, and this scratchy thing. And the student walks in, and he says, you know, parallel and series, and, you know, walks in, and formulas, walks in with formulas, walks out with formulas. 2 weeks later, they know nothing. They have to remember it again after the, you know, most students do, or a lot of students do, and there's a few students who love it and get into it. Let's be, you know, let's not be too extreme here. Okay, and so in the learning objects that we did, and one way of teaching it in an interactive way, there's many ways of doing what I'm going to tell you, but one way of doing it is a teacher walks in with an electricity bill, and he hands the electricity bill for people, and then asks them, he looks at this figure, he says, you know, what does it mean? It's a home bill, you know. What are those numbers? What do those numbers mean? And how do you get those numbers? What's kilowatt hour? What does it mean? And then it says there's a value here of there's a total 188. Is 188 too much for a typical family, for a typical household? Or is it not much? What's VAT? Who pays VAT? Why do we pay VAT? Does the government, you know, rip us off? They want to take our money. What do we use the VAT for? And suddenly this thing becomes alive from period to month. So this is a resource that they go through. Then the teacher would give them an activity, tell them, go home. Go figure out what's your consumption at home. Go look at your fridge and at the TV and how many hours you use them and blah, blah, blah. So try to work out, do an Excel sheet or whatever it is sheet to figure out what your electricity bill is going to be next month. And then compare it with the actual. And why is it different? And how can you save electricity? And what's the impact of saving electricity? Suddenly you change the whole concept. This is the idea. And for just for the record, it's important to note what I just told you now. This is any good lesson. Anybody can do that. Any good teacher will do this lesson. There's nothing special about this lesson per se. But what we think is interesting, is important, is the process. How can we go from a textbook in the educational system that's taught in a rigid way and transform it into something that becomes interesting for the students? While, now remember, this is very important what I'm going to say now. While you are still working within the parameters of the educational system. We have not changed the textbook or the curriculum. You know, those things are red lines in any government. You know, we stick with the curriculum. We have not changed the number of hours or classroom time required to teach this unit. We stuck to the same time. So you haven't disrupted much within the system. You introduced a nice idea, and there are a lot of nice ideas that were presented now. There's a lot of concepts. A lot of these concepts you can take and find places within the curriculum and stick them in here. This is what's interesting about this concept. So as I said, you know, it linked, as you saw. We're not talking about science. You're teaching students. You're not teaching subjects. right? So we talk, the students, we linked it to different subjects, integrated. We talked about skills, and it aligns with the curriculum, and it's relevant. And all along, we've been looking at what we're doing. We've been researching it, refining it, and working with it to see where it goes. Now, the implementation of it, when we implemented it, it's, efficient and effective. Sounds good, right? But it is, I mean, what we did is we worked with designer teachers. We call them designer teachers. We always work with teachers. We get teachers, subject matter experts, to do to look at the science book and to figure out what objectives, and when you break it down. And then you have people, you get creative people to think about the lessons that you create. So the creative people do the lessons and develop the learning objects that we did. And they go through a very rigorous process. They work in teams, they go to work together, peer reviews, take it to the classroom, show it to students, come back with comments, etc. before it's finalized. Then we have implementing teachers. So this is, I think, one of the most important or most important factors in this model. Because what we're doing here is we're saying we're going to teachers, we're telling them, take this design and work with it. So the teachers, we give them orientation, a few days orientation, usually 4 or 5, and now we're trying to work out a lot of it to be online. But we go to teachers and we tell them, okay, this is how you facilitate the learning using this learning object. So in this sense, you can work with a lot of teachers, train a lot of teachers how to implement these designs. And then it's, as I said, stays within the curriculum, and then everything we're doing is open education, as an open educational resource. And the idea here is we are developing the first round. We did the one about the electricity build. Now we want others to do something on maybe robotics. Somebody would do coding and making. And we have a lot of things that could go that would achieve the same objective of this set lesson. And then we want it to be open so that teachers from everywhere can sit and share it. How about teachers? We think, I want it to be, this is a very interesting resource for teachers. Because teachers now, all along the typical educational process, whenever you do teacher training, teachers, somebody goes and they give them some background, they tell them, now with this information, go design a good lesson. With this, you give them an outline, already designed, a lesson that they can follow. So what we have here is that it's liberating for teachers. Teachers now can go to class and they can give good lessons, right? No, unfortunately, not really. I want it to be here a bit dramatic. And there's a lot of birds that like to stay in the cage because they get fed in the cage. It's a safer place to be at. But it is, to a large extent, a lot of teachers, almost all teachers, have gone through an educational system that tells them how to produce a learning object with this pedagogy. They tell them you have to be innovative, you have to design activities, but they haven't done it. So this way, when they start teaching with learning objects one time after another, it is likely to become a learning experience for them. And eventually, would like to think that a lot of them could start producing their own learning objects. Finally, just a quick summary where we are. We've been working so far on the learning objects since 2014. We've been doing it. It's been a research and development. We've been implemented it in over 50 schools with teachers. We collected feedback. We did 2 sets of research, a design-based research, an ongoing process. Now we're doing a very important deployment. The ministry just released new curriculum for grades 1 to 4. So now we're working with the ministry on learning objects for grades 1 and 3 this year, and next year we're going to be 2 and 4. And right now we just released the first, working with the first sort of beta release, working with 20 schools, getting feedback. And next year it will go into a large-scale deployment. So it's an important milestone in our journey. We are working now on integrating digital innovation. We're working on a project with our partners, IEA here. We're doing something between Lebanon and Jordan, working on getting learning objects, putting technology, innovation, and technology in a sense where students would learn sciences by making and coding and using technology, not using computers to as a passive tool. And we're doing things that are subject specific. So we're doing, one of the things, we did something on health, on the health curriculum in Palestine. Now we're doing something on cultural heritage. It's very interesting. We're looking at old buildings in the old city of Jerusalem and Bethlehem and Hebron, and we're doing something around it so that children, when they're learning the different history subjects, they will go out and look at buildings and areas. Next, we want to be working more digital. We understand digital and technology and innovation is important. I mean, no matter what, we want to see how can we do it like we spoke. Where can we use technology in a way that can increase efficiency and access? You know, it's not always obvious, but it's an area that needs research. We want to integrate more innovation, like, for example, design-based learning or design-based thinking. How can you put it into the learning objects? The learning objects give you a way of doing it. And then how do you work in challenging settings? For example, when you go to a classroom and you have 100 students in it, you know, even though the learning objects may be interesting, or if people are coming from social backgrounds where they have difficulties, you know, how do you work with that? And finally, non-formal education is an extremely important area because, you know, no matter what, you know, I just said, you know, in Palestine, most students stay in school until grade 10. A lot start leaving afterwards, but a lot of students need education or outside the school. Currently, with a refugee crisis, you know, plaguing the area, there's a lot of room for non-formal education. A final word is that right now, good education is, in my opinion, the only hope for effective change. You know, the Arab world is going through a really hard time, and we need to have a change. And as I said, when we have so many of our children at schools, this is a fantastic opportunity. Thank you very much.
We have time for a few questions, so if you want to ask Marwan, this is the time to raise your hand, please. And okay.
Thank you, Marwan. Great presentation. I noticed that what you all have done is you stayed within the parameters or the bounds of the current system. And so it appears to me that you're making change from the inside out. And so are you finding that will it be disruptive to just change the entire system? Or are you saying that the way the system is the way the system is the way the government has set it up, and that it is extremely difficult to change it from the outside, but if you go inside and begin to make these kinds of changes with these learning objects, that's the way that you might be able to affect change overall?
There's two ways you know, two things that we're looking at. Number one is that we don't think, you know, the ministry or the system, people running the system don't know, they don't have other models that work. So they don't know what's going to work. So if we work with teachers, that's why I say what we're doing is extremely important and interesting, because if we work with teachers, and you have a lot of teachers that start using this methodology and start teaching differently from within the system, and you're able to start influencing a change, that would be, you know, a bottom-up approach to how you can change things. And then if they see it differently, then maybe they can start doing a top-down approach. But I said it's an important factor that they are supporting this process. We're doing this now, this pilot, with the ministry.
That's good.
One more question.
Hello. Thank you very much. I really loved the talk. So I wanted to ask, so you said that you're part of the Continuing Education Center. So how do you see the ability to move from this CEC into the main core of part of the university? Like here in AUB, for example, we do have a CEC, Continuing Education Center, but I would like to see this applied as well within the courses that I took in the regular curriculum, and not only in what people learn outside of the main course of action.
It's the same answer that I just said there. I mean, once this thing picks up, You see, it's nice. Once we're working with continuing education, we have, within the continuing education, we have a unit for learning innovation. And this unit is the one that's been leading this research since maybe 2002, almost 2000. So we've been working around this area. When this thing becomes, and it's important, the flexibility is important because, you know, with education, with the typical educational departments, you have curriculum and you have regulations and any changes. So we're a lot more flexible to move around. Now, as this thing starts, you know, taking hold and once it starts being deployed, then it will be very easy for us to take this model and go and work with the education department. So we are, again, adopting the same approach. Low profile, start from the bottom, and then eventually, when people see it, move on. Okay? Yes.
Please join me in thanking Marwan for the talk. Thank you very much, Marwan. And that concludes our first session for the day. We'll have now a 20 minutes break until 11:45. So there is coffee downstairs in the hall. You can also talk to our speakers, our sponsors, check some of the cool educational technologies downstairs. And please be back here 11:45 to continue. We have our lineup of great speakers is continuing after the break. Thank you so much.
Of today's program, EduTech, I'm going to call Mrs. Tayan Haklev from the University of Lausanne, EPF. He has started implementing part of the of EduTech. They are the first or second in the world, depending on who's saying or on what criteria. So you're talking to either the gold medalist or the silver medalist in the whole world. Please give him a hand.
Hi everyone, and I'm very, very happy to be here, and I'm also very happy to be following such excellent speakers. I think this will be a very good compliment to Dr. Tarazi's talk, because we share a lot of the same values, although this is applied to a university setting. And we also share a bit the spirit that we sometimes have to work within existing confines. I love people who are trying to completely disrupt the university or coming up with brand new models like the Minerva project, which if you haven't looked at it, you really should. But the reality is that the world is full of universities with millions of students in existing lecture halls with existing structures and so on. And if we cannot innovate within those structures, we're leaving out a large part of the society for some tiny little shining stars of startups. And I think there is still a lot of things that we can do within those structures. So I'm from EPFL in Lausanne, Switzerland. And I'm from an interesting lab. It's located within computer science, but we look at computer-human interaction in learning and instruction. And we look across the whole spectrum. We do robotics in primary school. We do eye tracking and analytics. We do MOOCs. And it's a very exciting place to be. Brand new this year, in affiliation with our lab, we also have EdTech. We call it a collider. It's not quite an incubator because you have some brand new companies, you have some companies that have existed for a while, and the idea is to bring a lot of this energy together. We have now over 50 startups that are affiliated with the center. So it's also very exciting to see what they are going to create and how perhaps we can find ways of working between the researchers and the startups. So I want to start by asking a question. What would it mean for universities to focus on learning? And that might seem strange because you would say, well, that's what universities do, right? So teaching is even the second thing. The first thing is research, right? And we're not going to, there's lots of stuff to be said about digital research. That's a whole different talk. But even going beyond research, they teach. They don't focus on learning mostly, right? So if a university said, you know, our goal is not to give a good lecture, it is to create an environment that enables learning by our students, what would that change? Well, to me, the first thing they would have to do would be to go beyond the individual courses. Most of the innovation that you will see in universities is in a specific course, in a specific session, we're using this tool for this cool purpose. And I will mention some of that because it is cool. But if you really want students to come out of a university degree that they've paid a lot for, or the government has paid a lot of money for, that they've taken 3 or 4 years of their life for, you need to look at the program. What is it that you want them to acquire after 3 or 4 years in a liberal arts degree, in an engineering degree, right? You want them to be critical thinkers. Same thing we want for primary school students, but at a different level, right? Critical thinkers, being able to do research, being able to be collaborative, creative, and so on. Okay, if that's what you want, then we now have to go back and say, well, what are the courses that we should be teaching them? Or what is the spectrum of courses that we should be offering to meet this? And what should be the content of these courses? And how do these all fit together? And how do we measure, right? So any university you ask, they will say we want to train critical citizens, engaged citizens, entrepreneurs. And you say, how do you measure that? How many percentage of your graduating class is a critical citizen? They will have no answer for you. Okay? They might tell you how many people graduated, what kind of jobs they got. They are not measuring the things that they themselves say matter. It's not trivial to measure, but there is a lot of research about how do you measure these kind of things. If you don't measure them, there's no way that you can improve, right? So you need to start collecting relevant indicators throughout the courses. You don't wait until the 4th year and give them a creativity test and then say whether you pass or fail, right? You track them longitudinally across courses. Right now, at the top universities of the world, for each course, there is a single number entered into the university database, right? It's a percentage score. He spent 6 months learning this course, he got a 73. And in the end, you have a list of 10 or 20 or 30 percentage scores, and you say he graduated. He didn't graduate. Okay? This is not enough information. And then finally, to be able to reach these indicators that we've now developed and that we've tested and that we're tracking, we need to develop course activities and structures that help students reach those learning objectives, right? So this is backward design. This is nothing new. This has nothing really to do with technology. But if you don't have this in place, the technology is not going to help you. So if you want them to be engaged citizens, then what are the activities that you're proposing to them, right? And don't just give them a bunch of stuff that's exactly the same thing that you learned when you were in school, and then just assume that by osmosis, they will kind of become critical. Some of them will, but some of them won't. Okay? Now, what I just told you is really important, but it's very much focused on the university, right? You need to define this. You need to measure this. You need to track this. And what? The students are just sheep? They're just going through the process? What is important to the students? Sorry. So, when the student comes in, are you helping them define their own learning goals? Those learning goals will change. You say, well, he's a 17, 18, 19-year-old. They don't know what they need to know. Okay. But can we start them on the process of reflecting about what they need to know? And can we then have them write that down, track that, and update that every year? And look back critically. What did you do last year? Did that help you meet your learning objectives? Did it make you change your learning objectives? That is becoming a reflective, self-directed, self-motivated learner, right? And we talked about tracking. We talked about the university keeping track of where students are, how they're developing across these axes. How about giving students ownership of their own learning analytics data and their own assessments shared with the university? The university wants to have access for their purposes, but this student is going to go on beyond the university. Can they take their data with them? Students today are not just in the university. They're taking MOOCs. They're doing startups on the side, right? They're active in organizations. They're generating data. They're running, and they're on Runkeeper, seeing how much they've run this week, okay? Is there a way for them to integrate all of this data and, again, become these reflected, self-directed people, not just learners, but people who are developing themselves. And what I just said is university, for the university, what you do in the course is everything. For the student, it might be actually a fairly small amount of the learning that happens. So, as I said, everything I mentioned right now applies whether you have technology or not. But we are interested in technology. There are many ways in which technology can help us, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So, measure and track learning, right? Learning analytics right now is a very hot field. There's conferences, there's journals, there's a lot of companies. It's a way for all the computer scientists to kind of get in on education without having to worry too much about pedagogy. However, so far, most of the stuff that's being done is for a specific course, for a specific platform. You know, here's your Blackboard analytics. Here's a really cool dashboard about how many forum posts you wrote in Blackboard for that course. Okay, that tells you something maybe. But once that course is over, it's gone. It's usually only accessible to the teacher. It only covers Blackboard. All right? It's very poor. And there's new approaches. So for example, something called Experience API. This is the idea of having a common format in which different platforms can report very flexible data. So any system, including a MOOC provider, including Runkeeper for your jogs, including Blackboard, can issue statements. The statements are very flexible because they say subject, verb, object. Stian gave a talk about digital education. However, these are not as simple as I just mentioned. They're linked data URLs. What that means is instead of Stian, it's at Hoshuang, which is a unique identifier from Twitter. That could be one example. It would be a student ID. It's a linked identifier. Instead of gave a presentation, it would link to a definition of a presentation. It might be different for a class presentation as for a conference presentation, right? So you can do very sophisticated analysis, and the very cool thing about it is that not only can you subscribe to these notifications from multiple systems, you can send them to multiple places. So you have this concept of a learning record store. You can have multiple. They can be federated. They can talk to each other. So you can have Coursera obviously want to keep their own analytics. When you're taking an online course, they want to know what you're doing. Student gets their own data. Okay? Maybe the student says, I want to share this data with my university because it would be useful for them to see what I did on this MOOC. And when I finish, I can take it with me. Okay? So this is something that's growing very rapidly. It's still in its infancy, but I think anyone who's developing technological products, anyone who's building integrations should look at this and think about how to give students ownership and how to integrate multiple platforms. But when we talk about learning analytics, we often talk about kind of capturing automatic data. Because the nice thing about online platforms is you get so much, we call it behavioral dust. Because it's the fact that I clicked a button, which in itself has no semantic meaning, right? It's not. However, if we have millions of those data points, you can maybe make some kind of prediction about me, right? And again, the computer scientists get very excited and they start throwing their IBM Watsons and all that kind of stuff, right? No, we don't need to know theory. We don't need pedagogy, okay? How about all the work that's already being done in universities? So when I was at the University of Toronto, we would have an introductory course where we would have 5 people being teaching assistants. We would sit there and we would correct essays. And we would take every page and we say, this is a spelling mistake, and here you forgot the thesis statement, and here you're not making a connection between A and B, right? And we're spending hours and hours and hours on this. Students get the essay back, they look at it, they say, I got B+, okay, whatever, try harder next time, okay? All of that effort wasted. Now, what if we were doing that grading on a digital platform that actually captured semantically meaningful data? This is a spelling mistake. This is, failure to link between theses. This is language not very sophisticated. This is improper use of citations. And what if that was available to a student and trackable over time? And you could see, well, you handed in 3 or 4 essays this term in 4 different courses. And you started out being really weak in thesis statements, but you know what? You're getting really good. Or, you're still struggling with citations, but here's an online class you can take, or here's a workshop, or, here's something that can help you. And you can not only, as a university, say, we can show that our students got better in academic writing, which is one of those crucial skills that we want them to gain, but the individual students can track their own progress and can get appropriate help. Well, what I just said. How many people here have heard about digital open badges? So badges, I don't know if you have Boy Scouts in Lebanon, but in Boy Scouts or in the Army, you get badges for different things that you've done, right? And people thought, this could be something interesting to apply to education. The specific model of digital open badges, though, is interesting. Because what they say is, a digital badge is a claim that I know something, that I have a skill, that I'm capable of something. Okay? It's a digital claim. It's a portable claim. So I can take a digital badge from your platform, from AUB, or from Coursera, or from wherever, and I can take it with me, and I can put it on LinkedIn, I can put it on Facebook, and I can put it on my own website, okay? And it's authenticated, it's digitally signed. So if I put an AUB badge on LinkedIn or on my personal webpage, you can verify that that came from AUB. I can't fake it. So already that's pretty neat. But there's an added thing, because still, what I'm saying now, it sounds like I have to trust AUB, right? This is how degrees work. You have an AUB degree, I can verify that you have it. Did you learn anything? I have to trust AUB to be a good university with good assessment. And that blocks out a lot of newcomers in the market. If you don't have AUB's reputation, how can you compete? Well, a digital badge, it has a claim. It links to the criteria for evaluating that claim. So if I say I can give a presentation publicly, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, you're confident, you can prepare, you can state your time limit, you speak, you enunciate. Okay, very specific. And then how do you prove it? So it has to link to the proof. The proof might be the recording of this session. It might be a number of sessions. It might be a recording of this session plus my self-critique plus, that's all transparent. And so if I post that badge, you can say, I trust AUB, so it's probably good. Or you can say, I want to verify. And you can actually track it back. And it becomes something very powerful that some universities in the US now and other places are investigating for exactly the purpose of tracking those skills that we want the students to gain, but which are not the course titles, right? First year, Intro to Statistics, Intro to Political Science. Second year, Advanced Political Science. And you got good grades in all of them. But did you learn public speaking? Did you learn critical thinking? Did you learn respectful disagreement over a very contested topic? I don't know. And you can actually say, you need to get these badges over the course of 4 years. These are the criteria. There are many ways in which you can demonstrate your achievement of those criteria. And you have to apply for them. You have to show and link to that evidence to get your final degree. There are universities that are doing really interesting experiments with that now. And actually, the Minerva project that was mentioned, their whole first-year assessment is based on this. So they don't give you as far as I understand, they don't give you course grades. They just say, here's the 100 skills broken down and categorized that we want a liberal arts first-year student to know. And you have to demonstrate it. And you can go into your dashboard, and after 6 months, you say, I haven't really demonstrated critical thinking, and critical thinking has a subcategory, and it's, taking apart an argument. So in the next class, I'm going to make sure that I speak up in a way that the teacher will mark me down and saying, I demonstrated that. Or I'll submit a piece of written work, I'll link to a blog post. It's a very different way of thinking about learning objectives and tracking them. It's something, again, that technology can help us with, but it's the teachers, the designers, the students that do the hard work. Okay, so I talked about tracking, I talked about programs, but again, once we have all of that in place, we still need to make it happen. We still need to make people actually meet those learning goals. And what happened in the classroom or outside the classroom is crucially important. So how can technology help teacher engagement, student engagement? Because I think there's not many accepted truths in education. But the fact that active learning, the fact that the more students actively engage in whatever way with some content, the better they learn it. It's fairly well understood. Now, how many here have heard about Eric Mazur and peer instruction? Wow. So that's good news because it means you have something to look forward to. Eric Mazur is an MIT professor in physics. A lot of the people making innovations in education are not necessarily education professors. And he came up with a very, very simple intervention, but very profound. So he's teaching, he's lecturing complex topics, just like I'm doing. Well, this isn't so complex, but he's up here. And of course, students are, yeah, it kind of makes sense to me. Then they go home, they find out they didn't quite catch it. So he would stop the class and he would give them a difficult problem. He'll say, okay, let's say you have two trains, one leaves the station and one leaves the other, and there's a horse, and what would happen? So they have to really, it shows that you know the concepts, right? Are you able to apply these concepts that you learned to a real situation? And so he uses a clicker, right? So it's audience response. You have something, either you have a physical device or you just have something on your cell phone where you can say A, B, C, D, okay? So everyone thinks for 3 minutes and then they say A, B, C, D. Okay, of course, half the class gets it wrong because they haven't learned it. They didn't quite understand it. Now, he could have, so the traditional way of using clickers would be to say, okay, that's useful. A, now we had 3 minutes of critical thinking, so that's already a win. And B, I have some feedback, which means that I can now spend more time explaining. If 90% had got it, I would move quicker, but because 50% didn't get it, I'm going to explain more. That's already a win compared to a normal lecture, okay? But what he did was say, okay, now turn to the person next to you. Try to convince them of your position. 3 minutes. Very simple. Now vote again. 90% got it right. Okay? So what does that mean? Does it mean that the people who are smart are more convincing? That's one interpretation. Or does it mean that once you start debating with other people, even it's a random person, right? It's a person who happens to sit next to you, and he's questioning your judgment, and you start thinking through it, and you actually get somewhere. And even if you were in those 10% who didn't get it, or even if you voted because you're kind of convinced, but you still don't quite get it, when the teacher goes back and explains again, you're going to be so much more likely to understand because you've grappled with this problem already. So, very low-tech intervention. You didn't even have to have the clicker technically, although as a commitment device, I think it really makes a difference. If he just asks you to think about it, it's different from you saying, I voted A, and I want to know if it's A or not. But it's very low-tech. We have this idea of flipped classrooms. So instead of you all being here listening to me for an hour, what we could have done was to say, before you came to the conference, watch a video on YouTube of me talking for half an hour, and then come here and we'll sit in groups of 4 and we'll discuss how to do education better. And that might have been a better use of our time if I could have ensured that you'd all watch the video, which is hard with adults. It's a little bit easier with the students, especially because you can give them a quiz at the beginning. So this is becoming very popular because it's basically optimizing the physical time, right? We're saying physical time, face-to-face is important, online is important, they have different uses. Watching a video is awesome online. Talking to people is awesome in person, so why don't we optimize? However, the problem that people get is, okay, now we have 2 hours in a big auditorium, what do we do? We don't have to listen to the guy in front, but what do we do? If it's a math class, okay, you work on assignments, and if you don't know the answer, you can ask the person next to you, you can ask the tutor. What if it's a politics class? What if it's a philosophy class? There's not really a problem to work on. So we need to come up with kind of interactive, active learning scenarios that work in large lectures. And that's often difficult. Especially, again, like if you have 20 people in a primary, secondary school, if you're a good teacher, you can come up with so many different ways of organizing a debate, a discussion, a competition. With 250 people, the biggest lecture hall in University of Toronto seats 1,600 people. Okay? Introductory physics has 1,600 people physically present. Beyond the third row, it's all distance education anyway. So in my field, which is computer-supported collaborative learning, there has been lots of thinking about what are really productive scripts. Just like Eric Mazur, I mentioned, was one example. Here's one that my supervisor in Lausanne came up with more than 10 years ago. Instead, we want people to discuss in pairs, but we don't want them to, because they often sit next to their friend and they're just all going to agree about everything, so that's not very productive. We want to optimize how different opinions they have. So, let's start with asking a simple quiz. The question is, in large city marathons, should drug testing be applied? So we're trying to talk about some current issue in politics. Ethics, philosophy, there's lots of issues that could be addressed here. Now the thing is, you could have a different opinion for two reasons. You could say you should not do you should not do drugs in sports because it's unfair, or because it's bad for the health of the athletes. Those are kind of two different dimensions of that question. So with this simple quiz, you tease apart those dimensions, and you can map out the students in the class on this little graph, this very scientific graph. And when you've done that, you can then optimize you can form pairs such that the distance is optimized, meaning these are the most different pairs that you could form in this class. Okay? And then similar to what Mazur did, you say, okay, now answer the question again, but I need one answer. Right? Now the difference is there's no right and wrong answer here. Right? In Mazur's class, it was a physics problem. There is a right or wrong answer. Here, there isn't, but you really want people to try to convince, to bring out all the different arguments and to see a lot of arguments that they hadn't considered before. And then in the end, the teacher can do a debriefing and stuff like that. So, they did that a bunch of times. It's empirically proven. They got really good results, much better than random groupings. But this was done in small classrooms. You saw, this was 20 students in a small classroom. They moved around the classroom. And we're thinking, well, you got 350. Oh, well, guess we just have to lecture, right? Or we should lobby the politicians to give us lots of money so every university course could be 20 students. That would be great. But in the meantime, what we thought is, if we think of this, so basically we need some technology. The problem with technology is the distance between the teacher and the designer of the technology. Okay? They actually made a software platform that let you run this specific scenario. It's available somewhere, okay? But then you come in and you're like, I have a slightly different scenario. Actually, in my course, what I want to do is this and this. Okay? Well, then you can't do it. So then either you suck it up and you use this approach, or you just go back to lecturing. What we said is, can we take this representation of the script, where you have the individual doing something, the team doing something, the class doing something, you have some activities, they're linked in some way, and to manage the linkage, we just need some workflow operators in the meantime, because we need to take the individual questionnaire, and then we need to make that map, right? And then we need to just keep the information flowing. You don't have to read all this. The idea is just, what would we need to do to express this script? And can we create a platform where you could come in and create that script or any other script and run it? Right? And that's what we're building. So you have the time axis, you have the different activities, and you have these little functions that group students based on a criteria, or download data from the internet, or distribute content from one group to another group. Very flexible. And then you can, for example, have 3 different students working on different ideas, voting up and down. They can chat with each other. And then when they voted up the best ideas, you can you can have some kind of a visual exercise where you're grouping them. And again, these activities, this is a visual grouping, the previous one was a voting up and down, they're totally generic. The thing that they're voting up and down could be news headlines, or it could be the best ideas for solving a business case, right? This visual grouping could be anything. So you're creating these building blocks that are very flexible. And of course, if you're running this in a class as a teacher, you want to know what students are up to, right? The most scary thing for a teacher doing a flipped classroom, active learning, is instead of all of you looking at me and I kind of telling whether someone's sleeping or not, suddenly you're all looking at your laptops or on each other. And I don't know if you're paying attention, if you're on Facebook, if you're talking about the football game. So we need not only to know if you're engaged, but how you're doing. Are you lost? Do you need help? Are everyone done? Can I move to the next activity? And we need contextual. So you have the concept of dashboards, but usually, one size fits all. But if you're watching a video or you're writing a collaborative essay, you need very different information. So we have this concept of conceptual dashboards. Here's a dashboard showing students watching a video, right? So imagine you say, well, you have to finish watching this video for 5 minutes, then you're going to go into your groups and you're going to discuss. And so here, at a glance, you see, the top one, he paused. And actually, this thing slowly changes color. So the fact that it's red means he's been paused for a long time. So either you went to the bathroom or you might start to worry about him. And Olsen is almost finishing the video, but Peterson is pretty early on, so either he paused it or maybe he went back because he wanted to re-watch something, right? So this is a video watching dashboard. There's another dashboard if they're collaboratively writing. You want to know what they're writing about. You want to know how well they're collaborating. This will look different also at different scales. So this is for 20 students. If you had 200 students watching videos, you need different kinds of representations. And that's one of the things we're looking at. And the idea is to have an ecosystem of these really rich activity types because these are plugins. Anyone can build, well, you need to be a programmer, but we're trying to make it as simple as possible to build new types. If you want to do a physics simulation, you want to do an anatomy exercise where you cut off layers of skin and stuff like that, you can make it collaborative. You can make it part of a learning flow. You can have dashboards. You can have orchestration where the teacher says, stop, pause, go into this group, go to the next activity very easily. And that way, and of course, you can share these scenarios. So just like the learning objects that you have, that you just heard about, you could have this concept of graphs that professors share with each other and improve upon. Okay, so hopefully with this tool, we can get much more rich active learning in classrooms. This tool will be tested for the first time in 2 weeks with 350 students in a first-year statistics class. It's been under development for 1 year. It's open source. It's available to everyone, but it's not really ready for production. But if you're interested in collaborating, I'd be interested. So we are very rapidly testing it in multiple contexts. We're going to test it in a MOOC. We're going to test it in a smaller graduate course. So that is one strand. The second strand is what I call fostering knowledge communities. Because in many of the disciplines that are important to me, there's not one right answer. And also in this more complex, more global, more diverse world, there is really a need for multiple voices, right? So the teacher standing here, he doesn't know the whole answer. He cannot know all the different perspectives. So you really want students to engage, to contribute, and to feel like they're part of a community that are building knowledge together. Okay, you're in a university. You have students who came in from Syria. You have students who are international. You have students who have different family backgrounds. And when we're talking master programs or professional programs, you have people coming in with a wealth of information that, first of all, it's important to validate, right? To say that your experience, your background, your language skills are really important and are really valuable to other students. But it also enriches the learning of everyone. How do you do that? So this is an example of a course for teachers, future teachers who should learn how to use technology. And we wanted them to be very active participants because we also wanted to show them how technology can be a transformative part of the classroom. So the way of showing that is not by giving lectures for 3 hours. You need to get them using the technology. So we had them use wikis, we had them use collaborative editing tools, we had them co-construct lesson plans and work in groups. And this was in a university course that was fairly small. The big challenge, because again, a lot of people say, yeah, you can do that with 20 people. You can do that when you have a lot of resources. Then we said, can we scale this model up? Can we do something like this in a MOOC? So we ran a course on edX, and we invited, this was for in-service teachers. This was for teachers who were in schools working who wanted to do professional development, how to use technology to introduce new kinds of pedagogy, right? It's not about how to use PowerPoint. It's about how does these technologies change the way in which we can teach. And because it was so much larger, we had to think much more kind of systematically about how is this all going to fit together, right? And so we had all kinds of different things going on. You don't have to understand the whole graph, but we had content coming from the university course introduced to the MOOC. And we had the output from the groups in the MOOC go into the future university course. So a course is not isolated. It is part of a history that communicates with previous sessions and which produces output that is useful not just to your other students, but that's really important, but also to future generations, right? So you're already saying, well, you are not just some blank sheet that we'll imprint on, but you are part of this movement of people trying to figure out how learning works. We had, so this was, we had 8,000 people who signed up, but about 2,000 who really actively engaged. And there's two things that we did, kind of two different levels. The first level is, what can we do with 2,000 students that we couldn't do with 20? And with 2,000 students, so these students all are teachers. They know resources. For example, right? So we say, what is one good technology resource in your field? You're a physics teacher. There's this one really nice physics simulation, or this really nice video, or this really nice graphical calculator app that, okay, that takes you 5 minutes. And now we have 2,000 resources. And then we ask them, here's a few resources suggested by your peers. Can you vote on them? Can you tag them? Can you comment on how you would use this resource in your field? And because we know who you are, because when you signed up, you gave us some tags, so we can give the physics teacher physics resources and stuff like that. Now we have 2,000 resources tagged, sorted, ranked, linked. And that becomes a really cool resource for those teachers and for future generations, as I just mentioned, right? So that's kind of the crowdsourcing, the intelligence of the masses aspect. But we also think that this kind of close collaboration in very small groups is very powerful, right? So the second aspect is, how can you keep what's really rich about very small classrooms when you go big scale? It could be a big auditorium, or it could be a MOOC. And so we said, you're going to go into small groups. You're going to, over 6 weeks, create a lesson plan that is related to your work, because you're a professional. This should be something that's useful to you when you go back into the school. Maybe you can implement this lesson plan. This should be something that's related to a problem that you have in your teaching. And you should work with these other people and come up with this. And every week, if you go back to this graph, you have these people. It was optional, okay? Because we knew this was a MOOC. We didn't want to force people to do something they didn't want. If you want to just watch the videos, crowdsource, contribute at that level, you can do it. If you want to go down here in the design strand, where you find some other people every week. So you start off by all these cool ideas coming from the crowdsourcing and from previous generations of this course. So you're not starting from zero, and you're not starting just with what the teacher told you. Then you're starting to do the creative work here, inspired every week. I'm done. Give me 2 more minutes. Okay. Yes. 2 more minutes. So inspired every week by the topics, right? So in week 3, collaborative learning, you're watching videos about collaborative learning. You're doing personal reflection about collaborative learning. You're doing team discussion about collaborative learning. And then you go into your lesson design group and you say, how can this incorporate collaborative learning? Okay, I'll end on this because it's really cool. This is a MOOC made by the Norwegian Red Cross and the Geneva organization for emergency ambulance drivers all around the world. Okay, you see it's also offered in Arabic. And what they did was, the result of this course was 400 pages of edited case studies that was then delivered back to their respective organizations. This is another example of how this knowledge community approach of harnessing the information that's already out there and creating networks. So I'll end there, but I'll just say, I'll just end there. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Stian?
So he asked the application that I showed you is free, open source. Who's funding it? It's a research project, so it's funded as a research project. Where we'll see where it goes if it actually becomes a commercial project. Well, it can be commercial while still being. It's open source for eternity. There could still be a company that has a service model around that. It could be a nonprofit. It could get. We don't know yet, but it's free, and we believe in that.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Thank you for the lecture. I have a question about the use of e-portfolios. Do you recommend that there will be a student e-portfolio where he can post what he has learned, what skills are, and how to assess the e-portfolio if you recommend it?
I think e-portfolios can be very good. I mean, it links up against what I was saying. Ideally, it would be something that goes across courses. So you could have one within a single course, but it would be really cool if you had one that had the length of a course. You're starting to see more and more professions actually looking at this, right? So if you're a programmer, everyone will ask you, what's your GitHub profile? Right? It's a place where people post source code. And you say, I don't care about your grades. Show me what you've written. Okay? If you're an artist, if you're applying for a design school, my wife is a filmmaker, she applied for the Master of Fine Arts, show me your film, show me your clips, show me what you've done. Now, I think a really interesting question is, what does a portfolio look like for a political scientist, for a social worker, for a mathematician, right? It might look very different, but what is the thing that A, is helpful to the student and the teacher in tracking their progress, but B, might even be relevant to future schools or employers?
Any more questions? Alphabetical order.
Thanks, very interesting, and I see this as a practical thing because you've taken us into some different dimensions. My question is, since you mentioned that this is a research project also, Dave, is that AI also? Because I've been thinking from before that we're talking about education and the students, and we never talked about teachers, because when you disrupt the industry, teachers are just like taxi drivers, are a part where they might either join on a different angle. So is this an AI research for correcting or for, if you wish, giving grades to students? Is that mentioned in the curriculum?
So we're a computer science lab. It's an interesting place to be because I have an education background, but my PhD students, they have to get a computer science PhD. They have to go for a committee that might not have anyone who's interested in education. So a lot of the research projects are, in fact, around, not necessarily for grading, but for optimizing. We have this idea of intelligent tutor, so a system that knows exactly what you need and gives you the right thing. How does that work with social learning? So we know that social learning is very powerful for certain skills, certain things. When do you switch between individual and collaborative? How do you optimize who is in the group? How do you optimize the group trajectory and not just the individual trajectory? Maybe with enough data, you could even take an entire scenario and say, actually, in certain circumstances, you should switch the order of these activities. So there's a lot of things that we're looking at. I think of it more as giving teachers superpowers, right? One of the examples I didn't show was this very, very nice tool that they developed in the US for grading exams. So let's say you have a first-year computer science class, and you don't want to give them multiple choice because you want them to really think about the answers. So you have a written exam, 600 people take it. Now you have 600 paper exams you have to grade. And again, you have this problem of, you give lots of feedback, they throw it in the trash once they look at their final grade. So what this approach does is they put them through a scanner, which apparently is very fast if you have a nice scanner. And then the system, using AI, segments all the answers so that you can grade all the answers to question 1 in a sequence instead of grading 1 in 1 exam. That's already actually nice. But then you can give some feedback to one student, and then you have a list, and then, he made the same error. I'm just going to give the same feedback, right? So now you're being more efficient. You're giving more detailed feedback, but you're also getting this really rich learning analytics, which is what I was talking about earlier, is that now you know very detailed about every answer, what the students got and what kind of mistakes they did, and whether one question was related to another question or not, and then you can track that across sessions, right? So in this sense, we're using lots of machine vision and artificial intelligence and matching and stuff like that, but we're not taking the teacher out of the loop. We're kind of magnifying the power of the teacher to give personalized attention to many more students.
There's a second question that popped up just while you're talking about this. This is a worrying thing when you talk about AI, either substituting or maybe in some institutions are going to take AI to replace, paying and whatever. And probably this is one thing that comes to mind about Elon Musk when he's talking about, the scary parts of AI. And that's my question to you. When this is an outsource or open source thing and they're building an AI, what kind of, controls, because if it becomes an AI, who's going to control whether the AI is continuing to do something good? Maybe you can't answer that thing directly, but that's something that worries me. If someone that I know is going to, use this tool, and the tool not grades him, but kind of like gives him the graphs that are necessary for him to move to another environment. So that's my question about if this is AI, which institution is controlling whether, AI needs another AI for that matter?
I think there's lots of questions around this, and we won't address most of them, but I will mention one other thing that maybe is relevant, which is explainability of algorithms. This is becoming something very important now, because a lot of AI algorithms, machine learning algorithms, they're kind of black boxes. You give them tons of data, and you tell them what the output should be, and they learn a model, but you don't know that model is opaque. You cannot look into it. You just give it new data, and it will predict some new outcome, but you don't know why it predicted that. And that works great for certain purposes, but if your student gets a B and you say, why? And you say, I don't know, the model predicted a B. This is not good enough. So there is now a lot of research looking into explainable algorithms and accountability and who decides. If it's a corporation that sold a system to the university that predicted some student behavior, and the university might not even have access to that. So I think there's a lot of interesting ethical questions that we need to grapple with.
One is called the East Coast School, and one is called the West Coast School. The East Coast is New York City, Boston, Harvard, and these guys try to build rule-based AI. And they had long tradition, 20, 30 years, thinking about rule-based AI. And that's something that you can actually reason about. When you say it's B, you can go and check the follow. It's still AI, still machine learning, but it's rules-based. The West Coast, Silicon Valley, San Francisco, they have the black box AI that says, well, you know what, you've been working on this for 30 years and you're still not good enough. Like, it's good, but it's not good enough. If we just, forget about explaining the reason for any result, then we can use all these statistical techniques and we get better results. And now it starts to be good enough from an outcome point of view. But that's a black box, and that's the problem. So I think, I'm not sure Stian is in a better position to talk about this, but I think there is much more research on education in the East Coast, using AI in education. Probably that's part of the issue, like the different schools of thought within the United States about AI, whether it's rule-based or whether it's black box. So that, like, we might see more rule-based just because people wouldn't be happy with an answer that says, you got a B. And I cannot tell you why. We'll see. Okay? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Stian. I'm going to welcome now Dr. Milad Sebali. Dr. Milad, I knew him from also school days, and then he proved to be very courageous. He made his PhD in Japan, and it was rare at our times to get somebody go to Japan to make his PhD. He has his PhD in robotics. He has patents in Toyota under his name, And most important thing, most relevant thing for us is he is, quote unquote, the father of e-learning in the Middle East. So he, before we started about EduTech, he was already practicing it. Let's all give him a hand, please.
Okay, good morning. Until the projector works, before we start talking about today's presentation, which will be focusing on critical thinking in education, I'd like to speak a little bit about our experience. For the past 20 years in the region, we've been into educational technology. 15 years back, we launched the Syrian Virtual University, which was the first accredited virtual university in the region, and today it enrolls more than 30,000 students. 2007, we launched the first accredited blended learning academy in Jordan with one of the public universities. 2012, we combined cloud, mobile, social, and online learning to launch the first social learning platform in the region. Last year, we worked on the first smart school in Abu Dhabi. And we've been struggling with a couple of international organizations and local governments to build a smart school for Syrian refugees. This morning, I was reading the latest UNICEF report, which was issued yesterday, saying that there is still 2.4 million out-of-school children inside and outside Syria, despite the fact that we've been fighting with UNICEF and their innovation division in New York for the past 4 years to approve some disruptive model. They insist on doing what they know how to do for the past 50 years, probably. And what Caesar just said, father of virtual education or whatever, this is some exaggeration, but because of the slow change in the region, you become a celebrity, but you still scratch the surface. Wherever I go in the Arab world for the past 15 years, I met ministers of education. They would welcome me with a red carpet, saying the founder of the first virtual university in the region. And when I tell them, Your Excellency, how about establishing a virtual university in your country? He would say, oh, and we would say, we have the funding, we have the expertise, we have the international connections. They would say, oh, a lot of things need to be changed, the ecosystem, the infrastructure, the culture, blah, blah, blah. And then we've been waiting for 15 years for these things to change, and no single other project appeared in the entire region. So the world is changing. When we started the virtual university, there was no smartphones, there was no social media, no cloud technology, nothing. And now with all these today, they're still telling you a lot of things need to be changed. We have to wait. But the world is changing, unfortunately, and it will not wait for them or for us to move on, because nowadays we live in a world with increasingly fast-paced, which is increasingly fast-paced. More and more, it's very rare to find a job for life for any of our graduates. More roles are, or jobs are at risk of being automated or disrupted, and skills and ideas are evolving and being introduced very frequently. And nowadays, graduate would expect to go through different jobs across different industries in the course of a career, and he has to coexist with new technologies that are yet to arrive or starting to arrive, Internet of Things, different types of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, robotics, cyber security, adaptive, and augmented reality, and many others. If we look at the World Economic Forum's report of last year, they're saying that the most demanded skill set in 2020 would be complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, and others. And if we compare with 2018, we can see that critical thinking was number 4 and creativity was number 10, for example. So the problem is that these are hard to hire and hard to develop. Everyone would say we're developing critical thinking, creative thinking, and so on. But until today, there is no single measurement tool that is known in the world, and people don't know how to develop those skills. So with this digital transformation, the careers that will survive will be those that will demand the higher order of thinking. And if we look at again, different types of reports, talking about skill disruption or even jobs disruption, 50% of existing jobs will be automated within the next 20 years. 35% of core skills will change from now till 2020. Anything that cannot be digitized will be increasing in value. Some people might say, well, this is what's happening in the international market. It will take time to arrive. 2 days back, I was visiting one of my friends at a top Lebanese public institution, which is one of the most sophisticated in the country. And he told me that 400 out of their 2,000 employees today, in 1 year, when they finish implementing the current sophisticated system, 300 out of those 400 will not be needed in 1 year only in Lebanon, not New York or Europe. So critical thinking is a type of thinking that remains too advanced to be automated to a certain extent, and this is relative, and this is a moving threshold. We cannot say this forever. So what is critical thinking? Critical thinking what are critical thinking skills? They are skills that are portable, that can move with an employee from one job to another across his life. And initially, we can say that a good critical thinking is a person who can think for himself, question himself or herself, consider all possibilities, look at new solutions, original ideas, versus someone who looks what experts say, only question others, consider what's convenient, and look for the obvious, and so on.
Critical thinking is all about asking questions, the right questions, questions that help you assess both the meaning and the significance of claims and arguments. Building these skills and applying them in your life makes it easier for you to assess evidence, evaluate arguments, and adapt your thinking so you stay switched on and engaged in different situations. Critical thinking involves stepping back from a situation to enable you to see all the angles before making judgments or taking decisions. It means identifying the key points, analyzing the sources of information, weighing up different types of evidence, just as a judge and jury would do in a court of law, and putting it all together into your own independent, thought-through point of view. One thing that it's very important to realize is that critical thinking isn't about being critical. And it's about much more than just finding flaws in other people's claims. By itself, that isn't enough to give you an edge. To be a true critical thinker means being creative, reflective, and adaptable, evaluating the evidence to decide for yourself what is accurate, what is relevant, and do I have sufficient information to take a decision on this topic? Thinking critically means taking a stand for yourself. It can be difficult not to be swayed by close family or friends' views on things, or certain beliefs that just feel right. But learning how to use these higher order thinking skills can help you to feel much more confident in your own opinions and conclusions. Critical thinking is also about a sense of discovery and excitement, not only about learning, but evaluating arguments to see how they stand up, and filtering for yourself what resonates as right or wrong. By using these techniques, you'll find yourself becoming a clearer, better thinker.
I mean, this was some academic introduction about critical thinking, but just to say that there is a need for a practical definition also, which we will go through in a minute. Just looking at some innovative organizations worldwide, the trade-off between routine on one hand and innovation and opportunity on the other hand requires higher level of thinking, and it requires to give the employee, to restructure the workplace in order to provide the employee with more autonomy, learning opportunities, working with task complexity, performance, participation, and so on. And most of the researchers who worked on critical thinking found a correlation between critical thinking skills and academic success, intellectual growth, professional competence, open-mindedness, employability, job performance, and job satisfaction. And in order to understand what flavor is added by looking at critical thinking skills versus job skills, if we look at a marketeer example, learning the job skills would mean that you learn the skills of a marketeer, while learning the critical thinking skills would add to this by giving you the ability to learn to think like a marketeer. And it's more important now how you process what you know rather than what information you know, because information is becoming, or even knowledge is becoming available everywhere around. So looking at different organizations, we see that organizations that grows nowadays are organizations that look for identifying their high potentials and future leaders, and look to see how to develop potential, how to inspire innovation across the organization, how to empower leadership, how to make better decisions. And if you look at the details of that, we will see that critical thinking would enhance each and every one of these, as we will be discussing later. So a future learner who is a critical thinker can be an adaptable person who can act independently, move beyond what they already know or guess, does not accept things on trust, accept that they may get things wrong, find new and creative solutions where others see just problems and issues, maximize the chances of success, would not less likely to make expensive decisions and mistakes, persistence and flexible in thinking, different types of ability to communicate with clarity and precision, easy to control or easier to control impulsivity, willing to take measured risks, careful to apply knowledge, and open to new possibilities and learning. Now, again, in organization, for leadership, critical thinkers are more powerful persuaders. For innovation, creative and critical thinking provides building blocks for innovation, strategic thinking, well-being. A critical thinker is a better person in society. Now, what's going on with the world related to critical thinking versus employability versus the skills that are required for the future? If we look at different types of research that have been done, we can see, for example, that 93% of interviewed employers in the US believe that a demonstrated capability of thinking critically is more important than the candidate's undergraduate major. Now, there is a dilemma between degrees versus skills nowadays. Now, job posting are mentioning more critical thinking as required skills. Google would say that 21st century job market will care less about grades and more about thinking skills. More companies are doing blind interviews nowadays without looking at the academic background, like Google, Ernst & Young, and others. More than 2/3 of the companies in the US are saying that critical thinking is the most important skill that they look for. 90% of employers don't think that graduates have critical thinking and problem-solving skills. In a research that our London-based company, Macat, conducted last year with Cambridge University, we found out that 80% of students and professionals have never taken any critical thinking courses. 78% of think that a critical thinking course would be important for them. 84% of senior managers believe that their corporation has suffered a loss due to the lack of critical thinking skills. 62% said their organization does nothing to enhance critical thinking. Now, this dilemma or contrast between what people think about themselves and what the employers are saying, 70% of the graduates think that they are very good in critical thinking, while only 25% of employers think that graduates have enough critical thinking skills. So, based on that, we said, how can we model and measure and develop critical thinking skills that are required in a couple of years? So we had a couple of years research with Cambridge and came out with a new definition of critical thinking skills, which includes 6 skills: problem solving, analysis, creativity, interpretation, evaluation, and reasoning, and we called it the PACER model for the first letter of each. And it was all based on the fact that critical thinking skills are not innate or fixed, but they can be learned. So, a brief idea about those skills is that problem solving obviously is producing more strong solutions. There are a lot of sub-skills that can be discussed and developed. Analysis, understanding how an argument is built and how to work around the argument. Creative thinking is coming up with new connections and ideas and solutions. Interpretation or synthesis, looking for the issues of meaning or definition. Evaluation is exploring the strengths and weaknesses of solutions or proposals or arguments. Reasoning is creating strong and persuasive argument in order to gain support for any initiative or proposal. So we have developed a measurement tool. We have worked for a long time with more than 800 scholars from top universities, including Harvard and Yale and mainly Cambridge, to review more than 500 seminal books from 14 different subjects. And we did some analysis of the same style of analysis, which will enhance your thinking skills while reading those analyses about those 500 seminal books, which are now available in different formats. And we have developed and are still developing some kind of critical thinking resources for different age groups. This measurement tool that we have developed targets age groups from 10 years old in schools all the way to senior management or 65 years old. So the idea is to start with a tool, measure your own critical thinking skills and get your score, compare it to some benchmarks, and we'll talk in a minute about benchmarks, and thus defining your skill gaps, and then work on developing those skills. Benchmarks include or might include some top researchers or Nobel Prize people or business leaders or CEOs or lawyers, engineers, blah, blah, blah. Maybe politicians, not in Lebanon. And others. Now, one good application of that is that when a grade 6 student would take an assessment and know his structure among these 6 skills, and he wants to become a lawyer, he can compare his current results to, let's say, the best top 100 lawyers in the country. And this is where the power of data science comes into the picture, because the more data you get, the more benchmarks and results you have. And therefore, it will help in career planning as early as middle school. So students and schools can work with their students to prepare or to guide them to different types of fields and specializations. And if we look at those 6 skills that we're talking about, there are 3 of them: problem solving, analysis, and reasoning belong to the, if you want to think about the left and right brain, are on the left side of the brain, and interpretation and evaluation and creativity are more on the right side. So it's a kind of a balanced system. And the good thing is that individual scores can be aggregated at the school level. So, for example, when I came back some like 10 years back, I wanted to send my kids to our famous school, St. Joseph School. For some reason, my daughter was not accepted because she was younger than her class, so I sent it to another school. I will not say what, but an American program. And after 1 year, I realized that while St. Joseph is very good probably at reasoning and analysis and so on, but very weak in creativity and probably presentation skills and communication skills and developing the character of the student, so I had to move my son to the other school. So later on in London, when we collected data from hundreds of schools, we could categorize schools into different categories. Some schools are excellent in problem-solving, analysis, and probably reasoning. And the graduates of those schools would be more successful in engineering schools than in, for example, creative or any kind of design or other areas. So at the school level, and what we are planning for now, we're working with OECD on validation of this assessment in order to have it as a global index for critical thinking, where we can have even an entire country's score. So, you know, there are a lot of international indicators at the country level. So what we're trying to do is to have a global index for country level for critical thinking. And the good thing is that at the corporate level or a school level or a university level, if a school discovers that, let's say, the overall corporate score is weak in creativity, they might go and test the teachers as well. It's not only the students. Probably we've done that in London, in many schools, especially the old 500 years or 400 years schools, which are very well structured. And when they complained that their score in creativity and interpretation was low, we said, let's test the teachers. And the teachers scored low as well. So we started working on some teachers' training programs on how to develop those skills. So what I'm saying is that development is not necessarily for the entire 6 skills. You can go for development of 1 or 2 or a certain set of skills. As I said, this is the library that we've developed, and it's available in different formats. Even it's on Amazon.com or Audible or other places. And each of those reviews that we've done would enhance one of a primary skill and a secondary skill, one of the 6 skills. So we're using this library also as one form of development. If I'm weak in creativity and problem solving, I will have probably a couple of 10 or 20 titles to read in different subjects. Now, how to develop critical thinking? Okay, now we have a tool to measure, and we can compare to different benchmarks that we can collect from data collected around a certain country or a sector or around the world. How to develop those, especially that the business community is recognizing the importance of critical thinking one day after another. So, but the dilemma that this community is having is that those employers operate in a world that is changing very fast. There is a need to hire critical thinking, but it's very hard to hire or to find, and even to develop. So, in addition, one important result of the research that we've done with Cambridge is that critical thinking skills would decay with time if you don't use them. And one of the results that I skipped from a previous slide was that we realized in our research that we've done over 11,000 persons, students, and employees, and so on, is that from the age of 16 to the age of 64, the skills are not improving in the workplace. So, which means that if you don't use them, they will decay. So even companies need to have some kind of in-house critical thinking solutions which would measure, compare, and develop the different critical thinking skills. And there is a need to take the critical thinking skills from being taught to only few people to put it in the hands of the many, and thus helping to spread learning and acquisition of CT skills. Albert Einstein stated maybe 100 years ago or less that the value of an education is not the learning of many facts, but the training of the mind to think something that cannot be learned from textbooks. And lately, another scholar said somehow correctly that the job of educators nowadays is to prepare learners for jobs that do not yet exist, using technologies that have not yet been invented in order to solve problems that we don't know today that they are problems. And in the past probably 5 to 10 years, we've seen a lot of jobs that have not been there before and technologies that have not been yet. So graduates of 2005 and before, old people like us, were not prepared to deal with this kind of technology. And if we look at Bloom's taxonomy, this morning we heard a lot about understanding and applying knowledge and so on. If we look at the Bloom's taxonomy pyramid, and starting from bottom to top, we can say that first you have the remembering skills, then understanding, then applying, and then going to a higher level of thinking skills, including analyzing, evaluating, and creating knowledge. Most of our current educational systems, especially in the Middle East, in order not to generalize, are struggling with those three, and some of them would go probably a bit higher, while most of those skills are easily replaced by modern technologies and will be easily replaced by the coming AI and robotics and other technologies. Therefore, graduates with only those skills would be taken out of the market. So if we want to prepare a new generation which can survive and which can be future-proof and which will not be replaced by technology and which can take skills, portable skills that can move with them from one job to another, because they will never have, again, a lifetime job. They will have to move from one job to another and maybe from one sector to another. The portable skills are skills of higher level of order of thinking, including the critical thinking skills that we are talking about today. And therefore, there is a need to integrate those skills into our educational system, starting from curriculum design to the way we teach, to the way our students learn nowadays. And our educational system must include some new activities, such as encouraging play-based learning or break down learning into smaller pieces or create safe environments, develop growth mindset, which is a very important topic, which we can talk about later for people who are interested, to allow time to focus, foster reflective reasoning and analysis, offer appropriate praise, provide appropriate challenges, offer engaged caregiving, and so on, in order to focus on producing competencies such as critical thinking and problem solving, creativity, communication, collaboration, and building a character which has the qualities of curiosity, initiative, persistence, grit, adaptability, leadership, social and cultural awareness. One example of the products that we have worked on for schools, for example, is the MIT Blossoms product, which our company, Global Learning, is the regional partner in the Middle East. The idea is to produce math and science video lessons for high school classes, which are developed by university professors for high school students. They start with a white page and paper and a pen, and some professor would start by posing a real-life problem related to some theories or whatever from the math and sciences of high school. And then after a 5 minutes video, the local teacher will stop the video and discuss with the students how to model the problem. And then another 5 minutes to go into some hints about what kind of formulas or theories or concepts to take into consideration in order to solve it. And then another 5 to 10 minutes for local discussions with their local teacher, who will be trained, of course, how to deal with this model, until the students, most of them work in groups to find real solution for the problem from scratch. So this was designed in order to train the students on implementing higher levels of thinking and critical and creative thinking and innovative problem solving. Some of those videos, now there are probably 150 or 200 videos. Some of them were produced at AUB, NDU, some Jordanian and Saudi universities, and many of the English ones are also Arabized so that they are available in different languages. Other types of critical thinking development at school level, teachers training is very critical. How to integrate critical thinking into teaching. There are special programs that have been developed for different subjects, even sociology or history or philosophy or STEM related subjects. There are a good number of critical thinking enhanced lesson plans. The same subject that is usually taught by teachers in school just to cover the material and say, I finished chapter 5, is redesigned in a way to stimulate the thinking of the students and train them on how to think and how to be aware, because one of the definitions of the nice definitions of critical thinking or cognitive or metacognition is to think how you think when you think. So analyze your thinking on the fly. And then there are a lot of digital resources that can be of supportive nature to the different subjects, as well as some reading material from the CT library. At the university level, however, someone this morning was saying we cannot teach critical thinking. We can teach critical thinking. There are some beautiful critical thinking courses that have been developed at Cambridge and UCL and Imperial College in London, and now we're working with University of Toronto and a couple of other universities in North America to develop some material that would lead to some kind of certification in critical thinking in the larger definition that we gave, which includes problem solving, creativity, and others. And those can be offered with online technology. Once it's developed at Cambridge or UCL, it can be offered at AUB or any other place in the world, or online, via any kind of MOOCs or other virtual learning environment. Integrating critical thinking in different subjects as well in some university courses. And then again, self-learning and the lifelong learning skills that are badly needed nowadays would help students to think more critically as well. So again, the mode of delivery of, بعد في one slide. The mode of delivery of learning in general would encourage, when you use technology, it will be much easier to integrate such resources. And as I said, OECD is now, has already declared that they will include critical thinking as part of their PISA indicators by 2021. And now we're working with them on utilizing our measurement tool as to be part of that initiative. And before I close, okay, as I said, different types of technology-enabled learning or online learning would develop different types of skills or methodologies that can be used in modern education: self-learning, lifelong learning, research skills, discovery-based learning, gamification, game-based learning. Those are two different things. Gamification is utilizing dynamics of games in courses. Game-based learning is learning through games. Problem-based learning, teamwork, virtual collaboration, formative assessment and instantaneous feedback, and etc. So different types of implementations of technology, blended learning, which includes a wide variety of types of blended learning, from flipped classrooms to flex, to rotation inside the class, as we saw in some redesigned classes this morning, and so on. But all these are still scratching the surface in our region. One final idea that I would like to highlight: the reason why the OECD and many other Western governments are interested in looking at critical thinking is that 2 or 3 examples are terrorism and the populism that happened in the US during the last elections, or Brexit in the UK, where they were shocked that it's so easy to brainwash the thinking of the new generation. Specifically when it comes to our region and terrorism, the Western narrative about terrorism was that those guys are poor guys, they have no education, they have no future, they have no hope, therefore they go with terrorist or fundamentalist groups. But they were shocked when hundreds of people were being attracted from Europe and UK. Those people have UK or European passports. They graduated from UK or European universities. They have options of getting jobs there. They have something that many of our poor people here would dream of having, and yet they were attracted by ISIS to Raqqa, from Oxford Street to Raqqa. And when they went into they went deeper into why those or how this has happened, they found out that the dynamics and the algorithms of social media, including Facebook, is creating, because it's based on friends networks, it's creating some kind of virtual bubbles, which are some kind of echo chambers where people would listen and read. They think when they go to their newsfeed that they're reading the whole world, but practically they're using what they and their friends, which are like-minded, have liked before. So they keep living in this virtual world and vicious circles until they get unplugged from their Western societies and brought here. So this was one of the main reasons that the education director of OECD, Andreas Schleicher, has announced in a conference lately in Dubai why they need to integrate critical thinking into curricula in order to make sure that the new generations will not be easily brainwashed by such slogans and media. Thank you.
Just in the interest of time, we'll keep the questions to the lunch break, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Sabali. I'm going to call now Mr. Gabi Mkarzel. Gabi has a very long history in education and experience and careers. He's a civil engineer. Naval engineer. He is a Navy colonel. He is a retired Army colonel. And he had many experiences on the boats and on the ground as HR, organization development, transformation, in public and private sector in the Middle East and elsewhere. Let's all give him a hand.
Thank you. I hope you are not asleep and not cold. So I am between you and lunch, so please bear with me 20 minutes, and that's it. Okay, I want to introduce Economena Analytics. It's ideas for great minds. I am proud of it. We have established this startup in 2009. Now it's a completely grown company. And we have a product to promote and to sell, which is Economena User Station. So anyone who goes to the site of Economena Alive can see Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq. So if you want, we can check. If you want statistics of Lebanon, Beirut reference rate on USD, statistics of Egypt, imports, Jordan, completely updated, weekly or daily, depending on feeds. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so please. There is no internet connection. Okay, we can go. Yeah. So let's go to the presentation of Economena Analytics. I wanted to use a live site to show you how it is alive, and we can see, you can see on your laptop all the features of Economena Analytics. Let's do the introduction to Economena Analytics. Economena offers economic data and software services to banks, universities, government agencies, think tanks, and NGOs, and has teams in Lebanon, Egypt, Washington, D.C., and Dubai. So we have already users from 50-plus countries. Leading banks and universities in Lebanon have membership. They are used by risk teams in bank, executive managers and credit teams, and by international organizations like UNDP. Our global data distributors and our client are Statista, which is a major provider of statistics in Europe. We are doing and finalizing a project with UNDP on the MENA region. And we are found on EBSCO Discovery Service, which is the education database. We have enrolled 2 universities in Lebanon, University Antonine and LIU. And we are also partnering with Moody's Analytics, who gave a bad note for Lebanon last week. Okay, and I will speak about it later on. So if I want just to give you an overview of why we are proud of being on EBSCO, Moody's Analytics, and Statista. So I made a summary of who and what is these organizations. So EBSCO is 115,000 organizations around the world use EBSCO products and services for information professionals, like all the research universities in the world. All the research universities in the world use EBSCO. So it's over 2 billion in sales, 100 million page views per day. It's a leading online research service provider to educational and research institutions. Moody's Analytics is a specialized data subsidiary of Moody's Inc., 3.6 billion in 2016. over 200 million economic, financial, demographic time series and forecasts representing over 93% of global GDP. Why I am saying this about Moody's? Because everyone thinks about MENA as an opaque economic environment. It's completely opaque, not transparent. Many data are only existing in Arabic, and we have made the effort of bringing this data transparent and credible to major international organizations in economic research. Major clients of Moody's are largest banks in the US and Europe seeking access to detailed economic data and estimates for their real estate portfolios. So they want up-to-date research on Egypt, on Iraq, on Iran, on Lebanon, later on Syria. Statista, one of the world's largest statistics provider by page views and downloads. Revenues are estimated at 40 million to 50 million as of 2016. Statista aggregates data from survey providers as well as official sources. It's based in Germany. Statista's clients are concentrated in Europe and include major consulting companies and universities. Again, my talk today about research economics, mainly for university students, for researchers, for decision makers, and investors. The data coverage of Economina includes 300,000 plus sector and economic indicator and research reports for 15 Middle East and North African countries. Around 75% of our data are maintained using automated direct feeds from official public sector information sources. We are always looking onto 25 economic sectors in every country. We have 200 plus official sources, 300 plus indicators, 5,500,000 data points, 35,000 official documents existing in our online library, which is a knowledge-based library. So the economic data distribution by country today, we are based in Lebanon, so Lebanon gets a big share of our economic data. Lebanon, 28%, then Saudi Arabia, 22%. We have an office working in Egypt, 14%. We have began gathering all the data last 2 years about Iran, 9%, Qatar, 6%, UAE, 5%, Oman, 5%, Jordan, 5%. In others, we have all other countries like Palestine, or we will see later on. So in this quick summary of data coverage, we have a database composed of premium coverage, like for Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Lebanon, UAE. For Jordan and Qatar, it's an advanced database. And for Kuwait, Oman, Bahrain, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, and Iran, the main indicators. So premium is a detailed economic data of over 15,000 lines of data from official local information sources. All of them are usually for Saudi Arabia and Egypt in Arabic, so you have to translate and put in the credible format. Advanced coverage is over 5,000 lines of data for each country, and main indicators at least 1,000 lines of data. Just to give you an idea of what can you find on our Economina user stations. The additional benefit of taking a subscription for Economina or a research university, taking a membership in Economina, is unlimited number of users with unlimited downloads. Official documents, thousands of documents compiled from public and private sources. We have advanced charting tools made with our proprietary software, visualization tool, designed for young analysts. We have personalization tools where you can put your niche data on my Economina and have all the charts behind or above or around and compare. You can export to Excel You can have multiple indicator exported to Excel. You can have online notification tools on new releases of data and updates. And you can, by sending an email, request additional official data or document or questions. So even you can request support with data interpretation and methodologies for academic research work. So it looks like this. Economina user station, I said we are covering all these 25 sectors in every country. Lebanon, all sectors, agriculture, business surveys, construction, demographics, earnings, and so on, tourism. You have a charts home. My recent charts is the BDL coincident indicator. You can save your charts on the charts you are using every time. Cement deliveries, construction permits, exports, fiscal deficit, surplus, and the top indicators when they were released, the unit used, the last release, the percentage year on year. This is completely user and visual personalization tools that facilitate the work of economists, analysts, and decision makers. If we go to the Lebanese customs, I'm giving you the value-added example. You can have this data at the Lebanese customs, which gives you what is being exported, okay? According to the HS system of exports. Live animals in January, February, March, April, May. But what can you do with it? You can print it. That's it. You cannot do anything. You cannot export it to Excel. You cannot search. You cannot go back, make a year-on-year difference. You cannot do anything. So it's difficult to update and monitor, and no technical support. If you phone, if you send an email, nobody cares. How this examples becomes in Economena user stations. You have a user-friendly layout and search tools exports by section of HS systems, products of chemical and allied industries, April, May, June, July, August, September. The charts are existing. The calculation, you can click on and see the history of this indicator. You can switch tables between export by section and export by section net weight and export by section value in millions of dollars. You can sort, you can scroll for history, first, last. You can export to Excel. This is how it looks so easy to use on our Economena user station. So, if we are looking to commercial banks, private sector deposit, year-on-year percent change, it's in blue. We can put ahead of it commercial banks, private sector deposits in foreign currency, year-on-year percent change. You can choose whatever you want to have a look on and try to find a correlated relation or something to measure and analyze and do a research on. So it's a great tool for economic research, for people doing their thesis in economics, or business leaders who want to make a decision, or financiers, or banks here. So at the same time, we have a data home. And it gives you all the top indicators in every country around the 25 sectors. And also, when it was updated, how many people have researched this indicator, looked on it. You have this ring that gives you an alert that it was updated or it will be updated, and so on. So a state-of-the-art data library with user-friendly personalization tools. Above, you can see all these tools that give you an indication what is happening on your page, on your subscription. You have a documents home. All the data that is organized on our database are put there in PDF or Excel, and you can access it and you can know which date it was put. Everything is existing with tens of thousands of official releases. Again, I go back to our tools, tables, and dashboards. And that's it. I did not take too much time of you, but I wanted to show you a concrete example of digital transformation of economic research.
Thank you, Gabi. Lunch is served. We'll ask you the questions later. How much?
You have to register and send your query, depending on your case, depending how much you are earning yourself.
You won't pay much. You won't pay much.
Okay, thank you so much for taking the time to.
We'll be back here at 2:30, please. So we have about an hour, so eat well properly, okay? Prepare for the nap in the last session. So I'll be back here at 2:30 to continue with our sessions. Bye.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for coming for the last session of the last day. It is the final panel and after it we can conclude or give recommendations. The expert panel is on EduTech, and I'm going to call the panelists. Ms. Greta Kilzi, Dr. Naji Bijani, Dr. Jacques Mekji, and Dr. Maurice Maawad. Thank you. I'm going to start asking questions to each of the panelists. But first of all, it will be a round of short introduction to each, and then I'll start with a round of questions. Naji, will you talk a bit about yourself, please?
Hi.
No, it's off.
Yes. Hi, my name is Naji Bijani. I like to define myself always as a perpetual and a fanatic learner. That's what I am. So what I do, basically, I teach in a few universities. I teach at senior levels, which means senior classes, master and doctoral level. I'm research director of many master theses and doctoral theses. I have a training and consultancy company at my name, named NBTS, so Naji Bijani Training System. We have a team of trainers and consultants. We have provided training to more than 50,000 people in 22 countries across 4 continents, including providing conferences as keynote speaker, etc. In order to make a long story short, we have pioneered a lot of things in Lebanon related to basically what we call soft skills or people development. We pioneered the introduction of emotional intelligence about 20 years ago, which means 5 or 6 years before anybody else, because emotional intelligence started to be heard of in Lebanon in the 21st century, whereas we go back to the 20th century in this thing. We have pioneered intensive training and coaching on creative thinking. We have pioneered also a lot of techniques like how to provide workshops. We have trained many trainers that are now known around the place in Lebanon and outside. So this is what we do. We share knowledge. We learn intensively. We share knowledge either as professors in university or as trainers and coaches. And basically also as management and human resource consultants. And I'm finishing to write a book, very innovative. I know it is because there's nothing like it, about human resource management. So it should be finished in a few months.
Thank you, Naji. No, it's fine.
Okay, my name is Jacques Mekji. I'm the founder of CCOSM, the company, and the deviser of a multimedia social portal by the name of Prophecy. I will elaborate more later. By profession, I'm a civil engineer. I practiced engineering for almost 45 years. In '88, I was the partner in charge of the geographic information system at Khatib al-Alami since till 2003, end of 2003. So I was a lot involved in orientation and GIS awareness in Lebanon and abroad. I'm a graduate of this university, so I started here. I started my first lecture on GIS in 1989 during the war, and it's now I leave the rest to Greta to elaborate on what they're doing right now in Khatib al-Alami. As he calls them, I have basically developed or started this company because I had always questioned and contested the E in modern web terminology, you know, the electronic. I always felt that it lacks some kind of emotion, it lacks something, you know, it doesn't really do justice to all those E things that it's got connected to. So I said the only way that to change that is to change the E to C. So this is how I kind of transformed the E, and this is part of transformation, if you want to relate to that, is by spatially enabling the E. I said by spatially enabling the E, so the acronym C, I hooked it to the COSM because the only place that you can see all the three COSM, the microcosm, mesocosm, and macrocosm, is on your computer where you can zoom in and zoom out and get your hands on all those three COSM by seeing it, by visualization. So you can see beyond the windshield of your car with navigators. You can see inside the brain prior doing any operation. You can see your city digitally prior really building it at waste time on it. This is the concept, the C solution. And my first product was the Prophecy portal. And Prophecy by itself is a non-English word. It is P-R-O-F-E-S-S-E. So I said if licensor can become licensee and professor and employer-employee, there is no reason why professor cannot become Prophecy. So my Prophecy is the perpetual learner in pursuit of knowledge, wisdom, and truth. And I pass to
It's fantastic. I worship this.
Thank you. Hi. So if I was at Alami in 2003, he would be my boss. So my name is Greta Kilzi. As a profession, I am the operation manager of Esri Lebanon, a sister company for Khatib al-Alami. What we do is we sell the GIS software. GIS stands for Geographic Information System. Think spatially. Okay, we do the training. So I'm a certified trainer in GIS, a certified technical trainer. We do consultancy, implementation of projects, GIS projects and application with all sectors, horizontal and vertical. And we do technical support. Those are the operations related to Esri Lebanon. For the volunteering part of the other part of my life is that I'm a PMP certified and I'm very involved. I'm in volunteering with PMI, as now I'm the president of the PMI local chapter. The PMI local chapter is responsible for promoting the project management standards, building the community of project managers, the professionals. And why I'm here in this panel, because we have started in the company at Esri Lebanon in 2014 a small program called GIS Awareness for Schools. And this is why this is what I'm gonna be talking about later on.
Maurice will introduce yourself, please, and tell us about the strategy and how you apply your strategy on EduTech.
Good afternoon. My name is Maurice Mawad. I hold a doctorate in business administration and strategies. I built 3 startups. I sold 2, and I'm about to sell the 3rd one in Egypt. And now I'm working on another one in Lebanon, multi-vendor e-commerce web portal. Nevertheless, this is not the main reason why I'm here now. I just wanted to elaborate and highlight a little bit on the strategies. I like to be recognized as a strategist, thinker, developer, and researcher. What is strategy? Strategy at the beginning started in the military environment, where by definition it is to relocate all the resources and all the effort towards the focal point that makes the military or the army wins the war. This is strategy. And then it has been taking its place in the business environment. So strategy, the definition of strategy didn't change, it is still the same, relocating all the resources and efforts towards the focal point that makes, in the business terms, makes the company win over the competitors or win some market share or make more profit. Throughout the past years, there were a lot of strategies and ideas about digital transformation. Some people like to call it change, while change is has a negative disruptive effect. Digital transformation has a positive disruptive effect. It's like the same concept as the black swan effect. Black swan has either a negative or positive effect. I would prefer to call it the digital transformation instead of changing. Because when you want to change something, it means that you are destroying everything and then rebuilding again. While transformation, it takes the resources that you have and reallocate it towards the focal point that makes you win the business. Here it comes the strategy with the digital transformation. I've heard throughout these 2 days, some people gave the Kodak example, how it was negatively disrupted and they closed. In fact, strategically speaking, I will give 3 or 4 examples just to highlight how important is the digital transformation from a strategic point of view. The first digital camera was created in 1974. While 1974. At that time, the creator of the digital camera was an engineer at Kodak, and he gave them the prototype and they disregarded the idea. They disregarded the idea because they were afraid that if they start or adopt the digital imaging idea, they will have to change and not transform everything else that they have been building. And they continued working with Kodak films till 2008, when they discovered or they understood that they have to change from the film or chemical method into the digital method. But it was too late. And then they had to shut down their business. Another example is Nokia. Nokia, although they are still working with an infrastructure, but their main business or the biggest business was in the handhelds. In around 2005, they invested billions of dollars in their operating system, which was called Symbian. At that time, the upper management, they were really insisting that Symbian will be the future for the smartphones. In 2007, 2008, Android started showing up. At the same time, Nokia refused to change from Symbian. And they thought that if they adopt Microsoft operating system for handhelds, they will be able to compete with Android. It took Android more than 2 years to invade the market and to make hardware producers like Samsung, like Lenovo, like Huawei, or whatever brand, to adopt Android as an open operating system for mobiles and kill Nokia. The third and last example I would like to give. So we talked about Nokia, we talked about Kodak. Let's talk about in education. And this is the disruptive movement that we will be seeing, or behavior that we will be seeing. I started seeing some patterns, but still it is not very evident, the same way that with Nokia, what happened with Nokia, and the same way what happened with Kodak, the revolution in technology was there. But Kodak and Nokia, they didn't see it. They got the blindness syndrome that I call blindness syndrome. They see the patterns in front of them, they see the evolution, but they don't want to change. They get blind towards the change or the transformation. And in education, I can see now that there are innovative approaches to go into digital transformation learning, like, for instance, LinkedIn Learning, like Coursera. Like nowadays, there is something called Mentor Box, where a writer who wrote a book can summarize the whole book in a few sessions. So this is now, it is for executives that they don't have time to read around 60, 70 books, because the average of CEOs that read books is 60 books per year. They don't have any more time, so they use Mentor Box, where the writer gives them a brief of what is the main content in the book. I think that in education, the patterns of revolution are already taking place. It's a matter of when the Moore's law will apply on this revolution and kicks off exponentially, like it happened with everything else. Another example, sorry, I would like to mention it, is that now we are talking a lot about Uber. Uber started in 2008 in San Francisco, and they had only 5 or 10 employees. It took them 4 years, and they did a funding of $50 million to be able to become internationally known, and to be able to take advantage of Moore's law in disruption. So while we never thought about the existence of Uber in 2008 till 2013, I think, Uber was working, and they were really developing their business in the States. So I think that in terms of strategic thinking, we have always to apply 2 or 3 paradigms that I'm really searching and working on. The first one is that we have to mobilize our resources, execute our plans that comes with our mobilization efforts, transform our processes and procedures, and mainly and most importantly, remain agile to the revolution in technology. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maurice. If you have a question for Maurice, because he has to leave early, before we move to Greta. Yeah.
Killing the Symbian and the operating system. No. It's Android that killed the Symbian, because it was really very close to the Symbian operating system.
Okay, thank you, Maurice. Now, Brady, you had a question?
Yeah, just real quick.
Yeah. Okay.
You touched on yesterday the difference between transformation and change. Change is inevitable. How do you define transformation? How do you define change?
As I said earlier, change is when you are really, let's say it in a really simple way, when you are trying to invent the wheel. You are changing. Transforming is when you have resources and you are reallocating these resources towards a better place, like human resources, educational resources, financial resources, whatever resources you have. When you reallocate it from one situation to another, you are transforming. There is also, if you go back 250 years ago, there was a chemist called Lavoisier. He is the thinker, and he is the one who put the formula: nothing can be created, nothing can be lost, all is transformed. I think this really applies now. For instance, yesterday I heard that about Khatib and Alami. They are trying to work. They are trying to digitize their operation. They are not going to throw people away. They are not going to destroy all what they have done, all their career track record. They will transform all their efforts and resources to be digitized. This is transformation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maurice. Greta, can you tell us why do we need GIS at schools, and how can we integrate them, and what will be the added value of GIS in schools?
So before answering, first, do you know all what is GIS? Okay, so it's a geographic information system. It means that I'm dealing with the map interactively. I'm not only dealing with paper and highlighting on it, I'm dealing with it interactively. Means within a button, I can change the symbol to see where are my youth located on a map. Where is the highest level of poverty on a map within a click. And then it's not only about visualization, it's also about analysis. What are the patterns of this map? And why those patterns are available? So see, all of those questions, this is where we thought internally in our company as part of our CSR to do promotion of the GIS in schools. Okay, because this is the best way if you educate K10, K11, K12 students about this type of science, the science of where, you will be able to to help them do some analytical thinking by visualizing what's happening on the map. And then if you let them apply, they will learn something. And they will not learn it theoretically, they will learn it by application. This is where the idea started, where we prepared a program called GIS Awareness for Schools, targeting the, as I said, secondary, K10, K11, because before that we need a very special program, and we are not educators, or we don't have this pedagogical approach for the students because they are less, they need a specific treatment. So we need some age that is a little bit going to maturity, because we are trainers, we are not educators, and because the K-12 are very busy preparing for their baccalaureate official exam. So the program consists of 2-hour session, very interactive, telling them about the GIS in a very innovative and interactive way. It ends up for the school with a scoring sheet about the knowledge delivered. So if they want to put them in the record and have grades for the students, they can have. And another way of assessing the knowledge is having a game with to know the knowledge of the students about some locations, very, very, very well-known locations about the world through satellite imagery. So, and then we select from those students groups of 4 to 5, and we let them produce an application over the GIS based on a topic that they select. And you cannot imagine the creativity of those students. So we were trying to beat them with the ideas, trying to satisfy their needs. So until now we have, the students have produced 50 applications, all based on GIS, to tell about the independence story of Lebanon, to tell about protected forests in Lebanon, to tell about historical unknown location in Lebanon, to tell about the industry in Lebanon, to tell about their schools, their campuses, the organization coming from the schools. So amazing stories. We started to promote this, but we didn't know that we are going to be more involved with them because they have a lot of need and they want from us more. So our next step was that some of the schools where we went and did this promotion and competition, they want to do more. They want to adopt the technology on a yearly basis and do project-based based on some of the curriculum, like in geography, in civic education, in history, in math, and physics, and science, and whatever, any type of discipline. So now we're moving a higher, another step forward, and we are doing some projects in conjunction and mutually with some of the not municipalities, not only local government, but with governments, with the ministries. Like this year, we will be producing an atlas or a guide for the Ministry of Tourism. For the Ministry of Industry. They have a book, a guide for the food industry in Lebanon. One of the schools will be producing it in a digital way using the maps, using the GIS. And this will be part of the civic engagement hours that the schools are now obliged to fulfill, the students. So another school has adopted to take the GIS as a part of the curriculum. So they want us to help them put a program for the GIS for all their students from K1 till K12 for the American program. Okay, so we're moving. Back to your question about the use of GIS. So briefly, because if I want to talk about the use of GIS in education, I would be speaking for days. So briefly, there are 3 ways to use the GIS in the education system. First of all, it's an administrative tool for the school itself to map the assets, to map the students, to plan for the routing of the buses, to see, to understand the patterns of the demography over the map, to see what might be an ecological threat for the school, or what are the best way to do the circulation inside the school if you're talking about big campuses. So it is an administrative tool for the school itself. The second way it could be, and this is what we were doing with the teachers and with the students, it's a tool that the teacher can use inside the class as a teaching, as a helping the teacher to deliver the message. So I can give you an example. Imagine instead of telling the students about the World War II, how countries were participating, how brigades were moving, instead of telling them this, what about showing this over a map interactively, where they can see the different mahawir of the war? Okay, they can see where were the allies, where were the other parties. Okay, so I can tell you, and this is by the students themselves. They never knew, okay, that the Lebanese independence, okay, has a roadmap. So they map it over a map. Like they met in Snubra, they met in Shwaifed, they were kidnapped in Rashaya, they put in Sabah al Khair and the Hippodrome. So when doing this over the map, the students will memorize, okay? will memorize everything. Even we did one of the maps that we did about the Lebanese president since the Lebanese Republic and since the independence. So the first comment was that, oh, we don't have like from this area a president. Why? Okay, why we don't have from the south or from the Bekaa? So students, when you see and when you apply, students will memorize, will learn more. We're teaching them unintentionally the critical thinking. Okay, so we get involved in something that was not the first objective. We were just doing promotion and awareness of GIS, and then we get involved more and more in the educational pattern of this whole story. So the second tool is using the GIS as a teaching tool. And the third pattern is using the GIS as a separate course inside the full curriculum, such as like we have math, physics, the STEM education, we would have the GIS, and we're reaching it. In parallel to that, we had, because now we have stories to tell about different schools and different students, okay, we are working with the CRDP, مركز البحوث العلمية, the ones who put the curriculum. We are working, and because we have the story with the students, yani we let the students meet with them to tell them, look, we're having an amazing time. We're very excited about what we're doing. We're producing great applications. We're doing very nice maps. We're loving the geography. We love more the history. Okay, so please put the GIS as a curriculum for the CRDP. So we're working on an agreement. Hopefully, we will have positive feedback about it. On a pilot project for 1 year with the CRDP to work with focal teachers from this center to work on the production and the conversion of some of the lessons to be fully taught using the technology. So outside Lebanon, I can talk about the same initiative in the region, in Abu Dhabi.
You mean ESRI? As ESRI?
As ESRI, yes. Let's not say ESRI purely because in UAE, it's governmental more. In Abu Dhabi and in Dubai, there is ESRI, but there is the government is doing a lot of initiative. Okay, so in the region, we can see some of those initiatives. But outside, like Europe or the USA, already all the schools have access to the technology, to the science. So already it's embedded as a teaching tool or as a separate. What are the benefits? I've already talked about this. It's a very untraditional way to teach. Okay, it will involve all the students because we're working on the cloud. It is interactive because you can give the students projects to do, to apply, and it is initiating the critical thinking, the analytical thinking, and the problem-solving methodology. So this is my story about GIS in schools.
Has been all started by Jacques. So he gave you the relay. Now you're giving back. And can you tell us about gamification and education, please? I'll give you the mic. It won't reach you. Use this one, please.
How do we turn this off? Well, it's turn.
Put it over there.
First, I would like to thank you, Greta, for promoting my C, because you used it so. Okay, and congratulations for the achievement. It's great. Coming back to prophecy. the social portal. As I said, at the core of it, we have the Prophecy Academy. What is the Prophecy Academy? Prophecy Academy is twofold. We have the Physical Academy and we have the Cyber Academy. And in both cases, the main function and the main focus is to promote within the arts and sciences and humanities a practical lab. This is the aim of Prophecy Academy. We know that in the hardcore engineering, there are physical labs. And here I would like to ask, who's familiar with the Entertainment Technology Center at Carnegie Mellon? By basically the founding father is Andy Posch, the author of the last lecture. No, okay. Well, what Andy Posch did, he established the Entertainment Technology Center outside the curriculum of the university, and it was revolutionary at that time, evolutionary. And he succeeded after so many years, and now it's applied in several universities. I'm not saying it is like it, but it has some kind of a resemblance, the Prophecy Academy, to what the Entertainment Technology Center is. That is to say, to establish in universities and schools an environment where students can come together collaboratively and devise a specific type of game. It can be both labeled gamification or game-based learning. This is how we look at it, because it has twofold. You have the production of an episode, which can be very kind of related to gamification, and playing is game-based computer learning. What is at the base of the academy? What is at the base of prophecy? Basically, what I tried to do and experimented on this for the last 14 years, as I mentioned yesterday, is to pick up a book and try to dissect it into 3 sections. One section is about the body, the microcosm. Remember, I told you the C-cosm is basically, the C-cosm is the microcosm, mesocosm, macrocosm. And so I have the microcosm, the body, mesocosm, the earth, and macrocosm, the universe. And in every book, I find the elements of body, earth, and universe to build my episodes. And my episode is sequential, topical, and kind of sequential. Now, when I mentioned that prophecy is the perpetual learner in pursuit of knowledge, wisdom, and truth, what I meant is that he journeys, this prophecy, he or she is material, journeys into the body, the earth, and the universe. And in every episode, he can look at, resolve challenges related to that specific cosm. In that respect, I have already 10 episodes which are up and running, and I had players, they won prizes, their names is featured on the Prophecy Wall of Fame and the Grand Prophecy Wall of Fame. The Grand Prophecy Wall of Fame, if you win 3 consecutive episodes together. So right now, I am in the process of automating the episode building, the episode production. And the episode, so far, it has been developed manually and played, but it's still not fully consistent with the social portal. Because for the social portal, I don't want to continue building episodes, but I want the others, the students, to build their own episodes and upload it on that social portal. This is why I'm targeting, basically, we are targeting at CCOSM, the university students and the high school students, mainly for the academy section. Of course, the playing part, it can be played by anybody from age 9 to 99, so that's not a big deal. And the Prophecy Academy by itself, as I said, it kind of initiate that critical thinking that so far I think that in the humanities or art and science part, it is not there. We don't have a lab that will really be able to a collaborative whereby somebody can read a book, do a creative writing about it, because every COSM has a storyline at the beginning, and then you go into the challenges, and the challenges are some of them repetitive, some of them are not. And then from the reading, you can go and build your challenges, so you have to research for the challenges, you have to find the right answers, and yet it has to be consistent with, because it's inspired from a book, it has to be consistent with the content of the book. And then to build the whole thing digitally, the graphics has to be, so all the assets, they have to be prepared after the paper format has been developed by the students. And after developing the digital format, they have to collate it and becomes a composition, like a piece of music, you know, like a piece of poetry. You know, you collect or you collate it together and you build a complete episode from consisting of 16 challenges. Then it goes to the portal, it is published after being scrutinized, because you don't want kind of, you know, material to be published which are not consistent with our values, with our ethics. So it will be scrutinized, and it will be published for players to play, compete, and win prizes. And the offerings in this respect, they are manifold. And this is the beauty of the concept, in my opinion, because it covers not only the online part, but it covers also the other offerings which could turn into, ultimately, into a TV game show, a reality show, whereby universities can compete, school can compete on books, on ideas, on episodes, and have rather than individuals. So ultimately, I think the community, it will be a community-based, and why not globally across the web at large. Thank you.
Thank you. So we got an approach based on Gestalt, the German word for place, Gestalt, as place, to memorize or to have students understand as a tool, and other tool using games as a tool for education. Any questions for Greta and Jack?
So you want to see where, your question is that where are the results of the project? Okay. Yes, definitely. So you know the technology, the science has evolved, so everything is on cloud. So if you go and search for any of those topics, like Lebanese president, on arcgis.com, okay, the link, all of the applications that were developed by students can be found on www.arcgis.com, and they are all available for public. You can just click search and open the application. Another way to find them is on our newsletter on our website, esrilebanon.com. So all of our stories, success stories, are available in our newsletter. But if you want, you can go to the platform, the cloud platform, and search for them as well.
Is this what you needed, Frédéric, or to purchase the system itself?
And you can have my email. I can send you the links as well. You can get it from Cesar.
Yes. Anath, Marwan.
Excuse me? No hardware, it's a cloud platform. Like we're letting the students working in our labs, and we make the application available for public. So there is no investment, no hardware, no software. It's a subscription if they want to use it later on. It's cloud, open.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Students. I heard that you said about the application of the students. Did they go to some software or platform on GIS and do some drag and drops, or they develop something and using codes, or because they are high school students and maybe they have no experience in coding in GIS?
So it's a good question. So first of all, in addition to this awareness session, we tell the selective students we tell them more about the coordinate system. What is the meaning of those two pairs of x, y's, longitude, latitude, and how do they get them if they want to do the mapping. Okay, in addition to that, they are using our platform, they are using our training center, and they are using our software platform to produce those maps. For the applications, produce not only the maps, because the map is the first step, but we're doing an application. The application contains tabs, contains search, zoom to, navigate, filter, any type of, all those basic functionality. Okay, we are using the out-of-the-box applications, so where they can do just configuration. They are not customizing, but later on, we will, if we have a niche of students that are good in developing and coding, and they have support from their schools, we would teach them to do that. But we're now using out-of-the-box applications.
I have a question for Jack. It's actually a career personal question for you.
Yes.
You're a civil engineer by
Yes.
profession, right? By education. So, and what you're talking about now is, and in Khatib and Alami, there are more like, consultants and engineering company. So where is it that you started developing the interest in learning or in, entertainment? I'm interested in that, transformation or shift that you went through yourself.
If you want to know exactly when I got involved in entertainment, well, this goes back very into history. When I would say the host shouted, "You win, you win, you win." This was in 1964. It was on the Lebanese TV station, and we were 3 classmates from the Armenian Evangelical College participating in an Encyclopedia Britannica contest. It was an inter-school competition. If you win 3 consecutive weeks, each one of us would win a complete set of Encyclopedia Britannica. So ultimately, at the end of the 3rd session, we won the 3 consecutive weeks, and each one of us got a complete set of Encyclopedia Britannica, and the school got one also, and this is 1964. So, so 50 years later, of course, we now have Google, and we have Facebook, and we have GIS, and we have all type of, spatial technologies that would allow us to build a, I would say, episodal game using the web. So you have access to search engines, and using search engines in this game in prophecy is not cheating, because the intention is for people to search for things, to look for the answer, to look how to build something, because it has different elements. Every challenge has a unique approach to solving a problem. And this is how, you kind of get more and more advanced. And from historically, people who started playing the games, they first, originally they started scoring 100 or 80 or 120, and then 500, and then 1,000, and then 1,200. And then we had a face-to-face competition, which the two highest scorer, we brought them face-to-face into a stage, and we recorded the game, and they scored 2,211 and 2,221, with 8 seconds of difference playing the game. So ultimately, it has become a speed game, while originally it started as a knowledge game, so that people would learn about the history of the universe, history of the world, history of their countries, and so on. So basically, this is what triggered the going into the gaming. And of course, my 30-plus years with Khatib and Alami and the introduction of the geographic information system in '87, and I was the partner in charge for that for 15 years. It kind of gave me that impetus, I would say, and to go into the gaming field and education, because I classify my prophecy as edutainment and eduventure.
So Jacques left in 2003, and he started Seekers 14 years ago. So when he left Khatib and Alami, he consecrated his life to Seekers. Yeah. Passionate, and he's passionate of AUB also. One of the games was at the occasion of the 150 years of AUB. He's a militant AUBite. So one of the questions would be, if you want to go from to College Hall from the green field, how many, and to reach somewhere in the green field, what is the closest path, and you have the right to use these tools. So it was a game inside to use AUB as question and answer.
Thank you, Cesar. Since you have mentioned that, I can just briefly tell you about the 10 episodes so that you get a kind of a feeling what they are. The first one that was developed was The Man Who Found the Missing Link. This is about Eugene Dubois and the Darwinian theory. The second one was The Man Who Invented Basketball, James Naismith. The Woman Who Pioneered Nursing, Florence Nightingale. In Pursuit of Victory, Admiral Nelson. So you see Ibn Battuta, the Arab explorer, the missionary journeys of St. Paul, kind of religious thing. There is one fiction, the dollar bill, a story about the $1 bill, if you're familiar with all those issues about the dollar bill. And the last one was a kind of a 3-episode under one big title, Blissful Odyssey, Embody Earth and Universe. The first one was the Founding Father, the second one, Life on Campus, and the third one is 150 years of AUBite. So I covered 150 years in 3 episodes.
Okay. Naji is going to tell us about emotional intelligence in EduTech.
Hi. You're still awake? Huh? Actually, what Greta and Jacques were saying is pretty instructive. I thank you. A lot of words I don't know, but I like the abbreviations. I'm getting used to it. GIS, ABC, XYZ, Y to Z, Generation Z. Okay.
And thank you, Greta, also.
Thank you, Greta. What?
Also,
I know. Of course. Thank you, Greta. Okay. Emotional intelligence. Is anybody here a bit familiar with that? You talk about your wife is intelligent or emotional? Which one more? Does she know that? Does she know that? And Roland, you're familiar with it? It was a? It was an eye-opener. You read the an original book by Goldman and Boitatis? Okay. Yeah. No. But what do you think of it? Is it something useful? Yes, I do. I work in a corporate environment. Which, if I may ask? BBDO. معناتها ريشة. Okay, أصابنا. Okay. Yeah. So you practice it. Mm-hmm. Why are you a black sheep? You don't look like a sheep. Mm. And you're not black, so you're white. Already you're white. The sheep thing, I don't know. Why do you consider yourself... You're black, but you're not a sheep either. Why do you consider yourself a black sheep? No, this is primitive. I mean... That's where I started 17 years ago. That's how we developed, that's how I installed, how I have installed and implement systems using such tools as... Sufish, yeah. Yeah, okay. So let's take it from there. Your name is Roland. Yes. Okay, this is a very historical name. It goes back to Charlemagne. You know that. Okay, so let's take it from there. The black sheep thing, okay? You are... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about your interpersonal relationship, but I mean... I encourage you to develop your mutual emotional intelligence. You're good. Okay. Good. No. The issue is when you start to consider yourself as a black sheep, to take it from there, to start from you, okay? Are you getting hot or getting more emotionally intelligent? Because it's linked, actually, okay? Now, when you start to consider yourself as a black sheep, you automatically, you are attacking unconsciously the power of your emotional intelligence. You know that. Let me tell you something. Emotional intelligence was always there. It's not somebody that has created something called emotional intelligence. It's as old as mankind, or as, if you wish, as an animal kind, because animals also have brains, right? So it's just emotional intelligence is just rediscovering the wheel. Or like we say, okay, it's rediscovering the wheel, but it's actually systemizing what we already know, but we chose for many centuries to put aside, which is the power of the non-rational part of our brain. Not the irrational part, the non-rational part. When you say irrational, it sounds like you've done something bad. The left. Not always, it can be the right, and I'm going to tell you how. So, we had time after 20 years to really dig into that. And been working on this, we've been living that in my company, every one of us, in our families, in our relationship. We even smell it. We try to work on it so much that we sniff the development of the emotional intelligence of others. For instance, my friend Roland, that I've known for 5 minutes, whatever he tries to destroy his emotional intelligence, he looks pretty much like a shining person. No, I'm not trying to pick on you. Okay, just that is true. And your intimate friend looks also extremely shining. It's not because you have no hair, just no. The lack of hair is related to the GIS, Okay. No, yes. No, I know. I'm taking it. Roland, I'm بخد to start from somewhere. Because instead of making a course on it, I'm trying to start from you, okay? So what is that? We all have, a brain, I guess. Hopefully, unless we are cyborgs, so we have something input on us. And we have here many parts of our brains, right? We have 2 parts here that look like beans, sleeping beans, one on the left, on the right. They actually look like small lungs, same shape as your lungs, but smaller, okay? So usually what people are interested in, actually in corporations for a very long time, until about 20 to 25 years ago, were actually interested in half your brain. They don't care, they didn't give a damn about all your brain. They wanted half your brain, or at least they thought that. So they were interested in your intelligent quotient, which is your IQ. So all type of tests were made to test that, to evaluate that, called a psychometric test, a psychobubbles, a psycho-bullshit, because I don't believe in them at all, because there's so many easy ways of cheating on them. I mean, anybody who has a lot of experience, but when you say psychometric, sounds like very pompous and very important, but it's really psycho-bullshit. I'm sorry for the word. Most of them, not all of them, okay? I love the way you laugh. You're so alive when you laugh. Please keep on laughing. Don't ever stop laughing. Your wife will fall in love with you more tonight. I love your laugh. I'm falling in love with you. No, not the same way, please. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're not my type. I'm sorry, okay? I love you. Let's go to France and settle it. Okay, no. No. Okay. Okay. No, the point is, so progressively, corporations were starting to find that there's something missing in the way they are appraising or managing people. That people were becoming demotivated, life was changing, technology was starting to take over everything. And people were starting to be demotivated because the way they were being managed were out of line with the way that society was evolving. Management was a bit obsolete behind the increased demands of people when they work, or increased demands of students. When technology started to be ubiquitous and more present everywhere in the 90s, people obviously were getting more informed, were getting more educated, they wanted more things. Not just do their work from 9 to 5 and obey orders. They wanted more than that. So it was really, the time was ripe to rediscover the importance of the other part of the brain, which is it's a set of unknowns, of variables, that when you put them together, would result in developing your creative power, developing your capacity to link in with the outside world without the need of mathematical formulae or things that are too rational. discovered that actually 80% or at least 80% of what makes a good communication with, what's your name? Brady? Brady, with Brady, it's not something that it can be rationalized or systemized with techniques. It's something that you actually feel, that makes your heart beat, or that makes your head, your brain shine for some reason. Yes, because you have feelings, you feel the person, your gut feeling tell you that you want to build rapport with that person. Your instinct, or educated instinct, which is very important part of your brain that was often discarded. So your educated instinct, born out of experience, wanted to link with that person, and you feel the need to develop your creative power in finding ways to deepen the relationship. So all this was not tackled with the IQ, with the other half of the brain. So there was a real need to actually put a name to that. So Dr. Daniel Goleman and Dr. Richard Boisatis, which were both of them were, if I'm not mistaken, industrial psychologists who were teaching at Harvard, so decided to put a name to it and make a book about it. Say, okay, let's add another letter to IQ. Let's add the E, like for emotion. EIQ is too heavy, so let's call it EQ, which comes to emotional intelligence. So what's happening? How does it link to the education? Education is a direct corollary or direct consequence of putting more importance to that, because all schools nowadays and all universities, and actually, as Greta was saying, she was starting to work with schools. We are starting to work with schools until now on the teacher level to modernize, to help them modernize their way of teaching. So we're training teachers, if you wish, especially in French schools, French education, which move more slowly. The issue is the new way of educating that started some time ago, like 20 years ago. The educating the kids is not just to give them information and make them pass an exam and that's it. It's to go back, actually, this emotional intelligence makes you go back 2,500 years ago to Socrates, which is to let, I like to say it in French, l'art de faire accoucher les esprits. To let your minds actually make babies, as you say in French. No? To let your mind develop itself. Actually, a student of Socrates, which is, of course, Aristotle, said one thing that those Greek philosophers were absolutely brilliant. They said there are very few things that you can teach somebody that he doesn't already know somewhere in his mind. So actually, when you develop the creativity of the person, creativity of a student, when you tease him or her, the student, in order to create more ideas, and you encourage him to create more ideas without saying this idea is wrong or false, and you are punished, go on creating things. Actually, you are unveiling a power that was until then, for many centuries, hidden, which is the need to express the whole part of your brain, and most of it is non-rational. And this is what more and more teachers and schools are doing. You know, I really like, because if I start to talk, Cesar knows, because this is why from the IMSA he told me, Naji, don't talk too much. Because when I start to talk about this, I can keep you here until tomorrow morning. It's okay. No, I hope I'm not boring you. No, the point is that what is nowadays being the model of education, at least in schools, is what we call, in our jargon, the Scandinavian way of educating. You know that in Sweden, in Denmark, in Finland, actually the kid starting from the age of 6 or 7, or not that early, let's say 9, they start to make him learn by himself. He goes and do research. Those that create things. There are some schools where kids at the age of 10 or 11 can start to create a small business in school. Whatever it is, it's not necessarily a breakthrough business that is going to be the headline of Silicon Valley, but they start to create business because the entrepreneurship way of thinking motivates a lot your creativity. So actually those kids are doing something that they should have been doing centuries ago, which is learning how to teach themselves. And this is where your emotional intelligence starts to shine a lot. Eh?
Svenja talked about this in the morning.
I don't know. Sorry, if you're following me.
Yeah. No. She agrees with
Who?
you.
Who's that?
Svenja, she's wearing green.
Svenja?
Yeah, she's
Why
behind
is
Stian.
she
And
hidden
Stian
by
is
this
Norwegian, so he had this at school also.
Sorry. So, come on.
So
you are
it's
my
normal.
guest speaker. You are my guest speaker about this.
So we had. Yeah. So you're confirming what they already said in the morning.
I love you already. No, but I love Brady first. I love Brady first. Yes. Okay. So we all love okay, good. I love Norwegian salmon, of course. No, but the point is that it's really hot nowadays. It's really hot, this thing, to really push people to develop themselves. Why do you think one of the results of this worldwide tendency to give importance to creativity, to your educated instinct, is all this worldwide fashion of entrepreneurship? Everybody is talking about entrepreneurship all over the world. Because an entrepreneur works, many people maybe know, I was one of the pioneers in teaching entrepreneurship here 20 years ago in Beritech. So the point is, many entrepreneurs work from their gut feeling. They don't start to work with business plans. Business plans is an acquired thing. They work with intuition, gut feeling. They develop their creativity. They say, this is missing. I want to change the world in that way, and I'm go for it. Do you think that the big entrepreneurs of the world made business plans? Henry Ford, who was voted at the end of the 20th century in the States as the most important businessman of the 20th century, not Bill Gates, not Steve Jobs, Henry Ford, used to bring engines and put them in the fridge in his house and in the kitchen. He didn't know what the business plan was. Do you think that Bill Gates used to think in terms of business plans? Steve Jobs? Come on. So they work from the gut feeling. The guy who founded Domino's Pizza didn't think of business plan. He said, I'm sick and tired of ordering pizza and getting it cold. Now I want to create a chain of pizza delivery where I commit myself to deliver the pizza hot. That's it. This is all business plan. So this is the right time. Please rely on your gut feeling. Please, the people who teach, we are really, you talk about passion, we are passionate about that. We are passionate about that. Please let your students live. Many teachers are creating zombies out of their classes. Let them live. They want to live. They don't want to die learning. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we all agree with you.
I hope so. Who wants a zombie around him? Yes, Rollo. Yeah. I mean, I'm a student from Jamur, and I taught 2 years at USG, and then I got kicked out because I was too crazy. So I started to learn to teach. Everybody agrees that I'm crazy. Thank you. Everybody. I love that. This is my trademark. This is my trademark. No, I started teaching the English system, but the USG called me back twice after that, and then they kicked me out again, and then they called me. God knows. Yes. Really, it's true story. They kicked me out 3 times. About how crazy I am? No, okay. Yes. Yes. I don't know. I've never talked here. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. My early experience at the UB was 19 years ago. I was one of the 10 people from many universities that created what is now called the Inter-University Entrepreneurship Center. And then AUB started to manage it. But this is my early connection. I know that UB is a great university, but I never taught there. I don't know if they are very dynamic or not dynamic. They are, you know, right? I guess they are, right? No, IUB, I don't know.
They're dynamic.
There, okay. Yes. Any question? Hey, I see that some people have opened their eyes, which is great. Good sign. But I love this guy. Yeah, oh, don't get me going on my experience with blacks. Do you want to? Can I talk about my experience with black girls? No.
No,
Okay.
we're going. Somebody have any question for?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Can you identify yourself? Can you identify yourself?
Madam Pascal Hatem.
What do you do? So I can tailor my answer.
Milad. Thinking.
Okay. First, what do you do? Okay, wow. I have to weigh my answer. I used to teach that when I was young. Yeah, great. I teach that, and one of my students who have done a master's degree on knowledge management with me now is teaching at Berkeley and has a PhD there. He went there. It's a fantastic field. You just to be sure, do you tackle knowledge management from a human side or from the technical side or from both sides? Both. Okay. Wow. Right? This is like, but I don't know. But this is a huge thing in knowledge management. Anyhow, well, huge. I would see in the critical thinking. I would really. يا ريت كنت حضرت يعني my conference 10 years ago in Syria. It was a major conference in Syria. No, it wasn't 10 years ago. Okay, great. Can somebody give her a biberon, please? No. Okay, no. The issue where critical thinking is actually a major part of creative thinking. It's not this against that. It's within that. So you develop your creative thinking, or let's say you destroy the barriers for creative thinking, because we're all creative. What we accumulate over the years are barriers that block our creative power. So we destroy the barriers of our creative power by developing a critical thinking. You know, democracies are great places to create things. Dictatorial systems usually are not really your ideal environment to develop new ideas, right? And this is for a reason, because they have killed the critical thinking power of their people. So it goes in parallel. You develop your creativity by pushing yourself to be critical. You have to be the devil's advocate when it comes to other people's ideas. It's not that you are against them. People who think that you are the devil's advocate because you hate them are stupid. Because actually, when you are a devil's advocate of somebody, Roland, if he works in the advertising agency or industry, he knows that you're actually their best friend because you push them to deepen their thinking. You understand? Actually, I've created a system in AttenduU when I was still teaching AttenduU in '98 with my students, and I keep on shouting about the system to everybody who wants to hear. I mean, the people I know that teach also universities, but as far as I know, only 5 or 6 have applied the system because they're apparently afraid of it. The rest are afraid of it, which is what I call the A+ challenge. Meaning what? No, yeah, but how? Every student, usually I teach behavioral things like HR or leadership strategy and things of the sort, and senior classes, right? As I said, senior undergrad, a master degree, and doctoral. So any student who can prove me wrong 3 times during the semester get automatically an A+, and she's laughing because she thinks it's a trap for the students. Actually, it's not, and can stop coming to class. Actually, I'm not the only one who judges that. The whole class judges it. They can, talk about an idea in leadership or whatever. Usually, I'm well prepared to my classes, of course. After so many years, I should be. But then the next class, somebody comes and says, Naji, we don't have a doctor and things sort in my classes. So Naji, I want to challenge you about this idea that we talked about last class. Last class, okay. Okay, I'll go ahead. So he brings all his research or her research just to attack the idea of taking, and people say, they start voting. Who thinks that Sam or Khalid or Noor is right? Who thinks I was right? If the majority says that he was right, he gets what I say, a shahta. Shahta doesn't mean I'm firing him, and a tick. After 3 ticks, you get automatically an A+. And nearly at every semester, I have somebody who wins the A+ challenge. And Pascal, I'm following them since I started this. I'm following those students. We're still in touch. All of them, read my lips, all of them have become examples of success in their work. All of them. And a big part of them was not an A student in other classes. But all of them, I remember all of them. Aram, Samuel in Armenia, who went back to live there, and Joey, and Noor, and Amar, and I remember each and every one of them. And Isa now is senior consultant in Australia, earning $50,000 a month. All of them are success stories because they shown their right mind, as what Cesar was saying, or right brain, suddenly became alive. And there are many proofs that when your emotional part, the emotional of your brain, you work on it, you develop it, it actually helps you become more intelligent. It helps the IQ. Have I answered your question? Not really. Which is? I gave you an example, like this A+ a challenge, like pushing.
This is personal. She wants to put it in the
system.
system.
In a system, but just, as I do in my classes, I create a debating an idea. So, for instance, what I've done in my negotiation classes, and I urge you to do that if you teach. I created also a negotiation classes at university, something like 10 years ago. So in the last couple of years, I thought that I was dividing the class into 2. The pro-regime and against the regime in Syria. You are the Syrians with Bashar al-Assad, and you are the anti. So throughout the whole semester, everybody has to bring out arguments countering the other. So I push them to be devil's advocate of each other. I push them to critical thinking. I push them to prove that sometimes that nobody is right 100%. There's always a corner by which you can be critical.
Was this a management class?
It's a negotiation class. Okay. But you can do it in any class. Yes, sir.
Teamwork.
Yeah, it's teamwork. It's another ball game. Yeah, of course. Developing emotional intelligence helps a lot. Of course, it helps in teamwork, and it happens. The case with kids is a very, very common, unfortunately, very common case. He's less intelligent than me. I don't want to work with him. Or it's education. I don't know. But your question is very, very intelligent. Goes really deep. We can talk a full day about it. We've worked a lot on it.
Putting it to system, you mean?
Milad is a very good friend of mine. We actually started to work to do something together a couple of years. Didn't work, but Milad is an extremely bright person and a pioneer in a modern high-level education in the area. And I haven't read his article, but I'm sure it was very good. I don't know. Okay. Yeah.
Any more questions?
You're welcome.
Okay. Now, this was a closing session for our Digital Transformation Middle East 2017. It was 2 days intensive digital transformation leading to EduTech and to this panel. I know that some of you spent the full days with us, and we appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much.
We'd like to thank Greta and Khatib Alami, Hasselplattner Institute, our sponsors, ABLF, Uber, Barista, Bush to Cray, Dcash, who else? Am I missing someone? Microsoft. So thanks
CIS.
for all of them. CIS. Without them, this event wouldn't have happened. Have had good food. Today is good. I like it. And of course, our host, Fadia, her team at the AUB. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fadia.
Everything was fantastic, and we really hope that we provided some value that contributes to your mission. We listened to Dr. Youssef Asfour yesterday morning speaking about their massive digital transformation journey and how advanced they are. It's really a good success story. We hope by not only a big part is the content that our distinguished speakers bring to the event, but even bigger is the opportunity to know people and get to network with others. We're hoping that we'll have Brady many more times. We have that Svenja will have the Middle East EdTech Tour. Stian, we hope that we will be able to implement some of your research findings, some critical thinking. I was thinking that you should work together, actually, because I'm sure this gamification platform will absolutely benefit from the critical thinking, the emotional intelligence thing. So that's actually the real value. So by the end of these 2 days, I don't want to brag about it. We did our small part. Our partners, our hosts, our sponsors did massive work to make these 2 days work and happen. So many things go behind the scenes to make them happen. But by the end, when we see these relationships, these friendships, these partnerships form, that's what makes us go back exhausted, but incredibly satisfied and incredibly happy. Every time we think that this is the last event that we'll ever do, because we are just so exhausted, we wake up next morning and start thinking about the event of next year. So, So, thank you so much. And please, if you need any follow-up, any support, just give us a call. Brady, please.
The pictures that were taken, will there be a way that we can have access or see some of those shots?
Yeah,
this is really good stuff.
This has become a big data issue now. I have 2 CD-ROMs of photo, and I have to think of a way of how to distribute them.
Good.
Nobody's answering.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we hope you have a fantastic weekend, what remains of the weekend. Enjoy Beirut. It's a fantastic city for those who are coming to visit for the first time, and hope to see you sometime soon. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.